What's up, Notjust developers? Welcome back to a new live stream, and I'm super excited for today's build because today we're gonna start a complete new challenge, a very intensive 5 days challenge, in which we will build a complete Uber Eats clone. And yeah, today is day one. Today we just get started. Let me know in the comments where are you joining us from, and if you're also excited about this project. In today's video, we're going to focus on the user side application, and we're going to develop the UI, the user interface with React Native, but more about that a bit later. First, let's have a look at what exactly we're going to build. First of all, we're not going to build one application. We're not going to build two applications. We're going to build 3 applications in this 5 days challenge. First of all, we're going to build a user-side application from where users will be able to look through the restaurants, through the dishes, order their preferred meal. And after that, on the driver side, which is going to be a separate application, we're going to let him pick the order, show the direction to the user house, and sync everything together. Lastly, we're going to build a dashboard with React.js in the 5th day, where restaurants will be able to upload their menus, details about themselves, and manage their orders. So this is what we're going to do. The plan, I mean, everything is going to be done with React Native and on the backend with AWS Amplify. So this is a very great opportunity for you to either get into full stack mobile development with React Native and AWS Amplify, or if you are already familiar with these technologies, then improve them, practice on real projects, and have fun while building it and learning and improving as a developer. These tutorials are quite beginner friendly because we walk through all the steps that we are doing with proper explanation of more complex logic and stuff. But by the end of this challenge, we're gonna get into some advanced features that I'm pretty sure a lot of people will have something to learn out of this challenge. So as I said, today is the first day we're building the user application UI with React Native. Tomorrow, which is the 2nd day, on Tuesday, we're gonna implement the backend for the application that we're gonna build today, and that is gonna be done with AWS Amplify. There we will implement authentication, we will structure and create our database and properly model everything, all the data that we need here, because it's quite a huge application and we will need to store a lot of data. And the challenge there will be to properly design the database. That's what we're going to do there. And then we're going to implement all the queries to get the data from the cloud. In the 3rd day, we're gonna focus on the driver side application, and we will build the user interface again with React Native. And here, like, we will get into a bit more advanced features like maps. We will learn how to work with them, and also some other libraries that might be very interesting for more advanced situations. In the day 4, we're going to do the driver app backend. And here the focus will be, we will do the same like authentication, database, fetching, everything. But the focus there will be on making sure that everything syncs correctly with other applications. So anytime the driver will change his location, basically will move on the map, the user will automatically be notified and the user will be able to track it in his application. So the data will flow like through our backend and back to the user application. Lastly, in day 5, we're going to build the restaurant dashboard with React.js and AWS Amplify. And there, as I said, the restaurants will be able to manage their orders, as well to upload their menu, to manage their menu, and also the information about the restaurants like address, picture, name, and so on. So that's the plan for this week. But exactly what we're going to do today, we're going to start with the homepage of a user side application, where he will be able to browse through different restaurants that are in his area. After that, when you press on one restaurant, we will see the details page of the restaurant with more information about it, and also the menu, like all the dishes that you can order there, with their prices, their name, description, and so on. And after you press on one of these dishes in this list, you're going to be taken to a separate page with more information about the dish itself, and also ability to add this dish to your basket, with ability to change the quantity of items. After you added everything to the basket, you'll be able to view your basket with a specific restaurant. You will see everything that you have added there. And after you place an order from the basket, you will be able to see your orders in a separate screen. And as well, we will develop the order details page whenever you press on one of these orders. So it's mind-blowing how many features and screens we are going to do today. Hopefully it's going to be in less than 4 hours, but let's see. I'm super excited about that. If you want to follow along, and I always encourage you to follow along and build these things yourself. Don't just watch at this as a Netflix show, or don't just put it on the side and then continue doing your stuff, thinking that this way you're absorbing information. That's not going to happen. Like, don't lie to yourself. Like, open your terminal, open VS Code, and let's start building together, because this is how you will retain the information that you're going to learn throughout this 5 days challenge. So if you want to take the most out of this challenge, go ahead and build together with me. Maybe in the live stream is going to be a bit fast paced in order to manage to cover everything that we have planned. But you can go after the live stream and spend like 1 or 2 more hours to finish everything that you didn't manage during the live stream. So if you want to follow along, as always, I have prepared the asset bundle that you can get following the URL in the description, or like assets.notjust.dev/ubereats. And in that asset bundle, I included this PDF presentation that will contain a lot of step-by-step information on what we have to do, and as well dummy data that we will need in our application in order not to have to write this dummy data yourself. Like, we have prepared it for you so you can get it there. As well, Expo environment setup. We have a video on the channel. If you don't have it already set up, you can check it out. But that's everything that we need. Everything else, we're gonna take it step by step, one at a time, until we finish this huge application. So I think that we can get started. And there is one more little surprise. I'm not going to be alone today. I want to introduce you to Lucas. Hello, Lucas.
Hello, guys. Welcome back. You should say, probably. Finally, I am in the stream again with you, and I'm very excited to be here to help you to develop this amazing idea project. I don't know how I should call it. So I'm
Where
really
is
excited
Lucas?
to be
Someone is
here.
already asking. Here he is. Here
Okay.
is Lucas.
Hey, hello.
So we're gonna have a fun coding session, and I think we should get started because we have a lot of things to do today, right?
Yes.
So let's see what people in the chat are saying. Oh my God, there are so many messages. I saw that people are joining us from everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Yes, if you find some interesting questions, Lucas, you can.
I see that there is a lot of questions whether this be online later on. So yes, it will be.
Yes, the
And
video is gonna be on the channel afterwards. Not sure for how long. Can't promise that. So it's better to do it now. All right. So going into our first. Oh, here is some information about myself and why I do YouTube. If you're new on this channel, hello and welcome here. My name is Vadim. Here is Lucas. And yeah, I started this channel in order to share my experience and knowledge that I have gained over the 8 years of working in the industry, both in the startup world and at corporations like Amazon. And yeah, now my passion is to share this information with you, to share my knowledge here on the internet, and to help as many developers as possible. So if you are a developer that wants to improve his skill set, make sure to subscribe to the channel somewhere there down below. All right. So with that being said, we can get started and initialize our Expo project for the Uber Eats. Let me share my screen here like this. And for that, I'm gonna open a terminal. Will we be using class components? Definitely not. Like, I don't remember when was the last time that I used class components.
Same.
Lucas, what about you? When did you
Same.
use class components?
Actually, we do have maybe one class component in the starter, but I'm not sure. Like, we need to refactor everything, and I don't remember when was the last time I used it. Definitely.
Yeah, like when functional components appear, like the first impression was it's kind of the same. But when you started using more and more functional components and refactoring and using custom hooks and hooks in general, like everything started to make so much sense. Like, why my terminal is not loading? Everything started to make much more sense, and the code is just like more clean. It's like cleaner.
I
So
agree. I
from
agree.
that point on, like I'm using only class components.
I
Only
see.
functional components.
Yeah, I
Come
see
on, what's
one
going on
person
here?
is asking, is it going to be TypeScript or JS? So it is going to be JavaScript because, yeah, Vadim decided that it probably will take too much time to show also the TypeScript because, of course, using it will require more time. So, yeah, in order to save it, we're going to do it without it.
My PC today is doing weird stuff.
I can start
So
doing actually. If you want.
let's see. I open Visual Studio Code here. I can do it like this probably. You can still see it.
Yes, Guarav, we're going to
So
do.
like I'm gonna just open a terminal from here because my terminal was not working otherwise. Very slow. Everything is super slow today.
High on life. I see that he's like asking this question so many times. Will you do some Web3 or decentralized builds? And maybe in the future, maybe even I would like to take one and do one simple, I don't know, coin farm or something like that, but probably later in the future.
Yeah. So let's open a terminal from VS Code. I open VS Code new terminal here, and let's go to a location where we would like to set to initialize the project. I'm gonna zoom in a bit because I know it. God, it's so slow. Let me go to my projects here. I'm gonna make it a specific directory for the whole Uber Eats project because we're gonna have inside it multiple projects, one for the user side, another for the driver. So I'm gonna start with a general Uber Eats project. Let's go inside this Uber Eats project. And here we don't have anything, but what we have to do is to initialize our first application, our user-side application using Expo. So for that, I'm going to do Expo init, and let's do Uber Eats user, right? Because it's going to be for the user.
Yes.
For the template, let's choose the first one, the initial blank template, to start from a very clean project. This is going to be much easier even for beginners. We're not going to complicate it with TypeScript. So let's go this route. So yeah, we are waiting a moment for everything for the project to get installed and set up.
which is usually the best part because that's where when you start learning how to
Uh,
make iOS simulation in Expo if I have Windows.
how to run your project, your Expo project on iOS if you have Windows. So the option here that you have is if you have a physical iOS device. If you have a physical iOS device, you can simply scan the QR code and the application will run on your device. In order to simulate it like on your machine, on your Windows machine, from as far as I know, it's not possible, right?
Yeah, same. I don't
Because
think.
yeah, the emulator is coming from Xcode, and Xcode is supported only on macOS.
Yeah, I think it's correct. Maybe there is some
Maybe there,
sort of a way,
yeah,
but
maybe there are some hacky solutions that I don't know, but for the official solution, like I'm pretty sure it's not possible.
hey, Dreamland, I remember him for sure. He was
Yes.
almost in every stream that I did.
These are like, for example, these features like a search bar functionality in Expo or other common functionalities and features that you would need in any application. This is something that I want to cover a lot in future. So the same way as we did the authentication flow, which everyone enjoyed on the channel, the same way I want to take like small features and cover them in detail with videos. So the dependencies are installing very slowly.
It's still
Oh,
so.
it's finished. That's already good. So where is it? Come on, here. Okay, so we have initialized our project. So now what we have to do is open it inside our Visual Studio Code. For that, there is a shortcut code, and we're gonna select the folder of our application that we just initialized here, or simply you could do like file, open, and navigate to that folder. So let me see if it worked like this. I can close the other one. I don't need it anymore. And here is our newly created project, right? Vamos. Like this. Probably it's too zoomed in, right?
Wow, Vatsal, you did all the clones from this channel. That's impressive. I think that's very, very nice.
Someone did all the clones?
Yeah,
That's nice.
good job.
So let's open another terminal here in our application. And the first thing that I want to do is to run the application in order to see what do we have to start with. So to run the application, let's do npm start. And this should open a browser window for the Expo development tools.
I think you will have to like move your window to the right side and the emulator on the left because our
Oh, yeah. I could do that. So let me do it like this.
yeah, now it's perfect.
Okay. And here we have our Expo development tools, but I can as well put them here. So here on Expo Development Tools that was open in browser, what we can do is to run our application on either an Android device or emulator or on an iOS simulator. In my case, I'm working on a Mac OS, which I regret right now because I should have used the Windows machine. Uh, it's very slow at the moment to hold everything, but hopefully we're going to get through it. So yeah, I'm gonna run an iOS simulator because it runs a bit faster than Android emulator on a Mac OS. But in your case, if you're working on a Windows or a Linux machine, then you have an option to run it on an Android emulator or even on a physical device just by scanning the QR code, this QR code, But for that, you need the Expo Go application that you can download from the markets. Why did you fail? Run iOS simulator. Come on, come on. We need to get moving. Let's go. So let's see while it's opening. Let's cover other questions.
Yeah, so good one was like, is there any, and I see the people already answered, but is there any side effects of using Expo, like compatibility issues or anything else?
Yeah, the only thing that the only downside of Expo is that some libraries are not compatible with it. Like some libraries that depend a lot on the native features of a device. These are like very hardcore libraries. I don't know. I would say camera, but camera is supported in Expo very well. So like even the native features like camera, like push notifications and things like this, they are already supported in Expo. You get into some issues of incompatibility only like with some edge case libraries. But in that case, like you are not trapped. In that case, you can simply eject your project and continue working with your application supporting that native library. So yeah.
Very well said. That's yeah, what I would have said as well. Like very, very edge cases.
Let's see. Come on. Where is my emulator?
Now I see Altais asking is that his code is like not very responsive with Android and iOS. And do you mean that some particular part of the application is not responsive, or the whole application overall in itself? Now the person is asking also, can he put his this clone in his portfolio? So
Yes,
it depends on
definitely you
Vadim.
can put it.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very nice thing to put in your portfolio, because this is a big project and you basically cover almost every part. Like maybe payments are not there, but Vadim has videos on that, so you can go do that and put it as well. I think this one is a very strong thing to put on your portfolio.
Why don't you change to your Windows machine? Like my setup at the moment is a mess. Like before the live stream, I was trying to move everything to make sure that everything is gonna work perfectly, but it's not working as I expect. But it's okay. It's okay. Like, oh, I see my emulator is running. Will you blow up the whole machine, or will you work?
Victress is asking, he really liked your color theme for VS Code. So what are you
Like,
using? I think my material commuted something, no?
yeah, it's material community, but for more information about my whole VS Code setup, you can check out a video on my channel called Top 10 VS Code extensions that I use. And there I show like all the extensions and also the theme that I'm using.
Yeah, and also very nice libraries as well. So will there be payments integrated? And I've mentioned already that there won't, but Vadim also has videos on that on his channel. And I think it was pretty recently that you did them, a few weeks ago. So it's very up to date with subscriptions. But yeah. Redux or recoil used in this challenge? Nope, there will not be. Redux and recoil will not be used here.
Yeah, it's just because like the scope of this project is so big, and we have to manage to do everything. We will do some global state management in a way with use context hook, but that's gonna be tomorrow. Like to manage like the basket and things like that.
It's going to
Let
be
me try to
interesting.
power up my computer.
If you want, I can take over the start of the project, and then you can.
Yeah.
Don't forget, you can jump in later with live share and finish the tutorial.
Oh, look what we have here.
Yeah, he's afraid for me to take it over.
Yeah, like
Um,
if I'm gonna have like more issues like this, and if it's gonna continue like this, I'm gonna try my best to switch to computer while Lucas is gonna take over. But for now, like our project is opening, and while it is opening, like we can have a look at the files that we have here. So the most important file at the moment from the project that was generated for us is the app.js file. This is the entry point of our application, and here is where everything starts. Even VS Code is slow.
yeah, I just wanted to say that it's pretty slow. Why use Expo and not React Native directly? I think Expo will simplify a lot of things here. For example, we don't need to set up icons. We don't need to set up maps. There's a lot of things already here that simplifies everything, and everything works seamlessly with it. So I think it's a good way to go as well.
So as I said, the app.js is the entry point file in our application, and here is where everything starts. Our application is a functional component because, as you can see, it's a function and it returns some JSX. This JSX is the things that will be rendered on the screen once my JavaScript bundle finishes downloading. As you can see, it has a very simple style to align everything in the center. And yeah, this is the entry point. In a moment, we're going to see it on the screen, and we can start working on our components. Um, no, cancel. I don't want it. Okay, so before we get started, let's go ahead and set up a bit the structure of our project. We're going to keep all the source code that we're going to write today in a folder called src, because this is a best practice to keep all the source code inside the src folder. So here we have the source folder. What other folders and how we're going to structure our project inside src here is in the following way. We will have a bunch of components that we will want to reuse from one part of application to other part of application. And for that components, I'm going to create a folder called components. And another folder I'm going to have specifically for the screens. The screens that we will have in our application. Like technically, it is still the same React component, but I like keeping the screens separate from the components, just because these are like main navigation screens that contains like that are part of a navigation. So it's just more of logical structuring than like I don't know, technical. So whatever folders we will need here, at the moment, probably that's it. Like we're gonna start with screens and components, and then we're gonna add anything else that we will need. The good thing is that our application is running. So here we see open app.js to start working on your application. So here is our app.js. And if we change some text here to hello world, and if I save, it should be updated here right away. Yes, it took a bit of time, but it's updated here. Well, amazing. So that's everything. We started, we initialized the project, and let's have a look at what is going to be our next step. So our next step, as I said, we're going to start with rendering the home screen of the Uber Eats. And here, the first thing is like, what do we see on the home screen? On the home screen, we see information about a lot of restaurants. Whenever we build React and React Native applications, we should think in terms of components. And I remember how Lucas said, like, it made a lot of sense as well for me. Like, think about these components as Lego pieces that you have like individual small components which are these Lego pieces. And when you take these Lego pieces, put them together and build the, I don't know, the castle that you want. So on this screen, let's think about what is the smallest component from this screen that we can develop and then reuse it multiple times. Well, the smallest component that we see that repeats at least 3 times here is the card that displays information about a restaurant. This is the restaurant item that has an image, it has a title here, some more information below, and the ratings there. So let's give it a try and let's implement it in our application. So let me do it like this. And back in our app.js, we're going to start writing it here, and after that, refactoring it to a separate component. So instead of this text, let's start by wrapping everything inside a view. And that is going to be the container for our restaurant item. So in this view, as we saw in the presentation, we're going to need to render one image, right? So for that, we will need some dummy data, right, Lucas?
Yes.
So before rendering everything, we need to import some dummy data that I'm going to get from one moment, but in your case, you should download it from the URL in the description below, the asset bundle, and there I provided with the dummy data that we need at this moment. So let me quickly find it for myself.
And while you're
Asset
doing that,
bundle,
I'll
data.
answer to a few quick questions because the questions are flooding here. So are we going to use Google API? And we are going to use Google Directions API here. So most likely you will have to add your credit card. I'm not sure actually why it's not working, because I heard also when I read right now that Indian cards should work. So it's very weird actually.
So from the asset bundle, I'm gonna quickly explain you what we have to do. Let's just grab the data folder inside the assets folder here on the top. So assets data, here we have two files. One of them is the restaurants, and here is what we are interested in at the moment, because I would like to take this image and render it on the screen. So I just copied the URL, and let's start by displaying the image of a restaurant. For that, we need a component called image imported from React Native, and we can display it here inside our view. We need to send two important properties to the image. One of them is the source, which should be an object with the URI of the image. And here I'm going to paste the URI that I copied from the dummy data. You can do the same or find some URI on the internet. And the second, after the URI, the second parameter is going to be style, because without a style, we will not see the image on the screen. So for the styles, let's attach styles.image, and let's also assign a style to the whole restaurant item container. So style equal styles dot restaurant. Oh my god, what a hard word. Container. So let's go ahead and start with the image, right? With the image and also restaurant container. We're going to define the styles here inside the styles object. And for the restaurant container that displays the item, what we have to do is to make sure that it is displayed in full width on the screen. So it takes the whole width. And for the image, we can as well assign a dummy width and height just to see the image on the screen. And in a moment, I'm gonna explain you how to do it in a better way. Once you add the width and height of the image properties, you should see the image here right away on the screen. Now, you might think that it's not very good to assign exact values like in pixels for the width and height. They should be relative to the screen side. So relative to the screen side for the width, what do we need? For the width, we need 100% because we want to display the image full width on the screen. And regarding the height, what do we have here, Lucas? Do we need to display it with as a square?
Yep.
Or
No, I think no, I don't think so. I don't
instead
need
of
the
instead of specifying the height, we can specify the aspect ratio. Like what aspect ratio do we want the image to have? If you do 1/1, that's gonna be a square. Like
but I
this.
don't think we
In
need
our
that.
case, it's not 1/1. It's maybe 3/4 or 9. How is it? 3/4? Okay, 4/3 maybe. Yeah, probably this is better, or even
Yeah.
5. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this is something that we want. Maybe later we can make it bigger.
Yeah. Okay. So that's how simple it is to render one image. Okay, what do we have after the image? We have, if we look here, can I switch to the... If we look here, we have a title underneath with bold and black color, and then we have some information about the restaurants like stars and the minutes, how fast it delivers.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
basically
so
the first one is the price of how much the delivery costs, then the
so
time.
so first we have a text, right, with the name of the restaurant. For the name as well, I'm gonna take it from here. And let's give it a styles dot name. And underneath, what did you say we have? We have like a dollar sign to represent how expensive it is.
Yeah, the delivery price.
Delivery price, I don't know, 199. Let's say like this, something like that.
Yep.
And then like 15 to 30 minutes, something like that.
Yep. It doesn't
And
have the dollar sign, but I mean, we can add it. It makes more sense.
okay, so the styles here are gonna be different. So instead of name, I'm gonna do I don't know, subtitle, and it would make sense more like title and subtitle. Title. So let's add some styles for the title that we have added there and to the subtitle. For the title, well, before that, I think we need to add a bit of spacing around everything, right?
Yep.
Because everything now touches the borders, but we want to have some spacing around around, around the whole container of our application. So for the container, let's add some padding. We'll add this small space like 10 in order for the image and everything else not to touch the borders. Now for the title, we're gonna have a font size of, I don't know, 20 and most probably a font weight of bold. Bold. 20 is too much, 18, that's better. And for the subtitle, we're gonna have a lighter color, so I can say gray. Do you spell gray with A or E? Is
I
it
do it
gray?
with E.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think in React it works both ways,
Yeah. Yeah. It does.
specifically for people like me that don't know how to write things. Okay, so as well, I want to add some vertical spacing, basically to move this title, to give him some room to breathe. So margin vertical, margin vertical is going to be 10. Too much?
Yeah, the bottom one is too
5.
much.
And also let's add probably margin bottom to the image. Margin bottom 5. Like that.
Yep.
So with that being said, are we done with this one? For
We
the
can add the
ratings,
rating if we want.
probably we're gonna skip it right now because it's gonna take us some
Yeah.
5 minutes to do it. But maybe at the end, like we're gonna get back to it because we might need it. So yeah, what's important here is done. We have displayed. Yes, the title. Do you think is too big?
I
16,
think it's too bold. I would make it font weight 500, but
500.
yeah, and font
Oh,
size around 15. We see your presentation, by the way.
okay. I was playing around with the font weight of our title and the font size just to make it look better.
Yeah,
But
I
I
think
think we
now.
are done. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna be
Yeah.
perfectionist here, just because yeah, like we have to manage to do everything.
Yep.
So what we have done so far, we have created the component. Basically, we have rendered one restaurant. Now our task is we don't need to render one, we need to render 3 or 4 or a bunch of them. How would you do that? Well, you might think that, okay, we're going to just copy paste this code here, we're going to put it here, and we're going to have 2 restaurants and just changing the images and some stuff. Before I continue my thought here, let me add some the margin vertical to the restaurant container to add some spacing between them because at the moment they are too close together. So margin vertical probably 10 is going to be enough. Yeah. Okay, so back to my thought here. One way would be to copy paste the code, but whenever you copy paste the code, you should understand that something is not right. Like it should be done in a better way in order not to have to copy paste code. Copy pasting code leads to bugs and errors whenever you try to update some of the parts of that code. So in that situation, as I said, copy pasting the code is not the solution. What we can do is basically we can create a separate component that will render one restaurant item. So let's have a look at how to create a custom component that will run like a custom component in general. So I'm gonna declare it here just for you to see them close together. And the bare minimum of a functional component is an actual function. So let's do it const restaurant item is going to be equal. I like the arrow function style, but it works with normal function keyword as well. Basically, this and this is the same. One is arrow style, and one is like with a function keyword. Now, in order to make this function a React component, we just need to return some JSX here. That's what makes a JavaScript function a component. Okay, what do we need to return here? Well, this thing, like the view for the restaurant item that we just created. So let's cut it from here. Probably I made a mistake, but yeah, let's cut this view from there, put it in the restaurant item, save to align everything properly. And now we declare the custom component here, but we want to render the custom component inside our application. To render the custom component, it's the same way as we render other default components like view, image, text, and so on. We simply put the name of a component inside these angle brackets, like this, and we have a restaurant item there. We can copy paste like only the rendering part of the same component. And now we have two restaurants here. And as you can see, we didn't have to duplicate all this code. Now, whenever in our whole application we will need to render the information about a restaurant, we can simply do that with this component. But we are not done yet. We have still a couple of concepts to cover. But before doing that, a rule of thumb in React Native and React.js application is to have one component per file. In this case, we have app component and restaurant item. Let's go ahead inside our source directory, inside our components, let's create the component for our restaurant item. I like to keep the code for a specific component inside a separate folder, because in a lot of cases, you don't need only the code for component. You need maybe styles, maybe some other smaller parts or other images and so on. And that's why it's easier to declare them right away inside a folder. So let's do restaurant item folder. And inside the restaurant item folder, we're going to define the file that will hold the code for our restaurant item. So what's going to be the code for restaurant item? Let's copy this function from here, but also let's copy the style sheet and status bar, because we might need them there. So let's copy everything from here, not everything, only that, except the app.js. And as we can see, we don't need the status bar, and we don't need the style sheet we will need in a moment, because here we have some styles that we also need to copy from the app.js and move inside our index here. From these styles in the restaurant item, we don't need styles for the container, because the container is about the app.js page. And that's probably it. The last step that we have to do is to make sure that we export this function from here. So to export it, let's do export default restaurant item. Lucas, everything is fine so far?
Yep, everything is easy to
Connection,
follow.
everything okay? I'm not lagging?
No, I don't think I even like made sure with our team that it's, for me it looks a little bit laggy, but the team said it's all Gucci. So continue.
Okay, that's good. So yeah, from here we export the restaurant item, and the next step, back in our app.js, we need to import it. But before that, we need to delete it, as we extracted it to a separate component. Now, in order to have access to this restaurant item, because now we don't, we need to do import restaurant item from this directory, source, components, restaurant item. Now, our app.js function is quite clean, but we can clean it a bit more just by removing all the styles related to our restaurant from here and leaving only the container style. Okay, perfect. Whew.
Oh, and I forgot to bring my water.
You have time.
Yeah.
So,
actually, that's what I'm gonna do.
all right, guys. We have extracted our code for one restaurant item to a separate component here in the index. The next problem that we encounter is, okay, we can very simply and easily render more restaurant items on the screen, but what's the point if all of them display the same data? Because all of them display the data based on this dummy, this hard-coded information inside the component. Well, basically what we need is we need to keep the same structure, the same design, the same layout, but to render different data for different restaurant items. Well, here is where props come into help for us. And props are a way to send data from the parent component, which is in our case application component, to the child component, which is in our case restaurant item. So to pass this data, we saw already how it is done. Everything that we coded here, for example, the source, the style, these are properties of the image component and the text component. As you can see here, this is the same way we send data to our custom components here. So if I have a prop title here saying restaurant 1, and I send the same title to the other ones, but with different value, just to make sure that you get the concept. So we are sending here title property to the restaurant item with the value of the title that we want to display here in our application. This is how we send it. Now let's see how we receive it. So let's go to our restaurant item index.js here, and we receive properties as the one and only parameter of our functional component. So if you add the parameter props here and do console warn, let's do console log props. And if we look at the debug tools here somewhere, come on, it should be
Okay, the
here.
iPhone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Press on the iPhone 13 here or on the device that you have your application running. And as you can see here on the bottom, we have object title rest1. Only rest1? Why only rest1? Let's refresh. And we should see 3 of them, rest1, rest2, and rest3. Sometimes the logs are coming a bit later, so I'm going to try again. Yes, here we have. These are one console log from the first item that we are rendering here. Then the second item console logs his properties, and then the third one. And as you can see, the props object is a simple object where the keys here are the keys that we are sending from the app.js title. So that means that instead of rendering some hard-coded title here, we can render a variable from the property. But to do that, we first need to put the curly brackets to open the to be able to access the JavaScript variables from here. And we can do props.title. I will delete the console log because we don't need it anymore. And by doing props.title, I right away see rest1, rest2, rest3 as the title of these rendered items. So this is how you send data from a parent component from app.js here to a child component and then receive it here in the props and render it on the screen. One way that I like to improve my code is instead of getting the props here and then accessing props.title, then props.uri, props.something, I like to right away destructure the variables that I have there. But I do that only when there are a couple of them. Like if there are like 10 variables, like it's gonna look ugly. So in our case, we have now title, so I destructure it from here. And now I don't have to access props.title. I can do it title right away because we destructure it from the props there. Okay, that's good. Now, the next step is to implement the props for all the other data that we have here. So in our app.js, let's import the dummy data that we just added there. So import restaurants from assets, then data, then restaurants. Yes, like this. Now let's have a look real quick at the assets restaurants. And here, as you can see, these are an array where every object contains information about the restaurant. Information such as name, the delivery fee, their rating, the image, and a list of dishes that we don't need for now. Later we will need it. And like this, we have probably 4 restaurants. So let's go back in our app.js. And instead of sending through props the title, we're going to send the restaurant. Restaurant. Did I pronounce it correctly, Lucas?
Yeah, restaurant.
And
Yeah.
and the value, we're not gonna send a string here. We will send one array element from this restaurant array. So restaurants at 0 for this one. Restaurants at 1 for the second and 2 for the last one, just to see them on the screen. Actually, I'm going to work with just 2 of them to see them properly on the screen like this. Okay, let's go in our restaurant here index. And as I said, we changed the prop name from title to restaurant. And now the restaurant will contain, is going to be an object containing all the information about a restaurant. So what we need for the image, for example, I'm going to delete this string and I would do restaurant dot image. For the title, instead of title, let's do restaurant dot title. This, as you said, Lucas, is the delivery fee, right?
Yep.
So let's delete 199 and add the curly brackets to be able to access the JavaScript variable restaurant dot, how's it?
Delivery fee. I think.
Delivery fee like this. I think it doesn't like that
You need
one.
to, yeah. You need to add those other quotes.
No, I think it's okay because it's just my.
Yeah.
I can.
You need to
I
add.
don't see any problems.
You need to add those
This
little,
15, like this.
but not these ones under the escape button. I'm not sure how they're called before.
Oh, you don't have to do it.
No,
I
not
can
like
do
that. I don't know how to explain now.
But that's not a string. Like I don't have to render the string. You're talking about
Okay.
these ones, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, we're not rendering a string, so we don't need those.
Okay.
So it should be simply like this. Like, yeah, like my VS Code thinks that it's a template string, but it's not a template string, and I see that it's working properly. If it's not working, just add a space here. Yeah, probably that's okay. Now, for the 15 here, this is going to be, instead of 15, it's going to be restaurant dot min delivery time, minimum delivery time, 25. And for the 30, we're going to have maximum delivery time. So instead of 30, let's do max delivery time. Like this.
If you have $2 signs.
Yeah, one is for the restaurant and the other one is for the let's keep only one. Let's keep only for as the delivery fee $sign. Yep. By the way, you had you found a very interesting character as a dot between them. Can you find it and send it to me?
Oh, yes. Let me check.
Okay, so now as we can see, but it's not title, it should be name, right? Of the restaurant. Yes, now it's better. So at the moment, we see 2 completely different restaurants that are rendered in our app.js. The data is coming from our dummy data, and we are sending it to the restaurant item through the props as a restaurant here.
I've already sent it to you in a private chat.
Mm-hmm.
And hello, guys who are saying hello, and Pavlin, hello, Future, hello.
Hi, everyone.
And yes, those things are called, the ones that I was talking about are called backticks. Growlytics told me, and I wanted to make it like in order not to see the error and have the $sign close. That's why I wanted to add those backticks there.
Oh, okay. But this thing, why? Oh, do
You
I
have
need
a little.
do I need backticks in order to render this one?
No, no, you don't need to. It's there already.
Oh,
I can
it's
see it
there.
in. Yeah.
So just by rendering this character code that Lucas can paste in the common chat, as you can see, we rendered a very small dot in the middle of a line between the price and the minutes. So that's a little trick that you can use without any super hacks. Okay, so now I think we are done with props with our custom component, and we can go to our next step. Let's open our presentation here. And our next step, if here everything is done, yes, everything is done. Oh, pressable component, right? But
Yes.
we can talk about
Later
that a
on.
bit later. Yes. So moving on to the next slide is, now that we have and know how to render one restaurant, let's properly and dynamically render a list of restaurants and to be able to scroll through them. Let's add it back to stream. So in order to render a list, let me put it in this view. Come on, come on, come on. All right. So, as I said, we have an array of restaurants in our dummy data that represents the data about an array. For every item inside that array, what we have to do is we have to render one of these restaurant item. One way to do that is to use the map functionalities to loop through the array, and for every item in the array to render something on the screen. That would work, but in React Native, we have a specific component called a Flatlist that is optimized for this specific feature, for rendering a long, almost infinitely long list of items. And it is optimized with proper like caching, with proper rendering of items that are on the screen. And yeah, it has a lot of feature. So let's go ahead, and I'm gonna comment out the way we render this thing, because at the moment what we have to do is to render a flat list that needs two important properties. One property is the data property, and for the data we need to send an array of things that we want to render on the screen. The array of data that we want to render on the screen is the restaurants array that we import from our dummy data. Then Flatlist, okay, it has a bunch of data, but it doesn't know how to render it. So the second important property of a Flatlist is render item, which is a function that is going to be called for every item individually inside our array here, and render one individual item. So, as I said, it's a function that should return something. What should it render for every restaurant? Well, it should render this restaurant's item, right?
Yep.
I'm gonna save to move everything from a new line. So for every restaurant in this array, render one restaurant item. And at the moment, I'm rendering the same one, but you already can see that we have a list with 4 items, 4 restaurants. just because our array has 4 elements. The problem is that we're rendering the same one 4 times. And in order to dynamically render the item that the Flatlist is currently rendering, we can receive it through these properties as item. And this item we can send right away to the restaurant here. If you do this, now we see a list with all the restaurants in our dummy data there. And just like that, we have a very optimal and performant flat list that renders this list of items. Be careful with the syntax here because we have a lot of opening and closing brackets. Like the round brackets that I selected right now, these are the round brackets for the function. And the curly brackets inside, this is destructuring the item from the properties of this functional component. Hopefully that makes sense. Now I can go ahead and remove these comments from here. And what else I can do? I can, yeah, as I said, the two required properties is data and render item, but the Flatlist has a lot, like very much flexibility and a lot of properties that you can send there. One of these properties is, for example, show or hide, Lucas. Show horizontal vertical scroll indicator, and we can say false in order to hide the scroll indicator that I saw there. Now I don't see any scroll indicator on the right. And yeah, like it has more properties that I encourage you to have a look after this live stream. Have a look in the documentation, I mean. Okay, so anything else, Lucas, from this screen that we have to implement?
Nope, not really. It's good to go right now.
So flat list of all restaurants. I just want to mention that I see the issue that you might have on an iOS device of the items being displayed underneath the notch. We're going to handle this issue when we handle navigation. So we're going to get there, just don't worry. For now, like if you have this issue the same as I have, you can increase a bit the padding vertical of our container to 20. This is just not 20, but even 30 for me. But this is only like as a temporary like hack, I don't know, solution. We're gonna probably fix it later.
Miss, Vadim mentioned before that rating and favorite icon. Will not do it right now because it will take time, but later on, if we still have time, he'll implement that one, those two as well.
Yeah. Rating is messing on the design.
I think because you need to set the flex direction row there. I think that's what he meant.
Well, if you are that curious of how to add the ratings, because ratings are not that hard, we can go. Let's go. Okay, you managed to to make me do it. So let's go to the source component restaurant item index here. And what we have to do is to render on the right side of this block, we need to render the rating. So we will have to put these two text boxes inside one view, basically inside one container, because we want to separate these two texts from the ratings. One should be on the left, one should be on the right. So we could do view. Oh, we're gonna have a lot of views.
Yeah, Olatunde said that, yeah, that it might be a mistake, and he wanted to say not messing with the design, but missing in the design. But I think it's good that you show this. It's a pretty common use case.
Text string must be rendered. What do I have here? This one I don't need. So the first step was to add our both texts inside a view. And like I could. Why you keep adding it? This one. Now another step is to add them inside another view that will represent the whole row underneath the image. We need that just because the directions of our the direction of the way we render the components is different. So far we have rendered everything in the row base, right? Like the image is one row, the next text is one row, and the last row, and the next text of information is the third row. Now we need to move something to a column. So for that, we need to put this into a styles.row. Close this view here, save, and after we close the view of the text, which is the first column in our row, we can go ahead and render our view for styles.rating, and inside it, we can render a text with the front.rating. Now let's go ahead and fix the not style, but styles. Where did I mess? Here, styles. Now let's go ahead and fix all the problems here. So one thing that we need to change on the row itself is the way we display. So display or flex direction.
Flex direction.
Flex direction. We want this row to be displayed as a row. And by doing that, you see that the 4 already is here on the right of our text. Another thing that we want is to render them, to center them vertically. Or do we? Or we don't? Probably we don't, right?
The 4 will be too high, I think, if you don't center it.
Yeah. So let's do align items, center, and this should move the 4 in the center of a row. Yes. Now let's add some styles for this rating. In order to make it move to the right, like actually there are a lot of options here, but one way would be to add margin left auto. And by doing margin left auto to the rating, not like this, auto like this, it moves all the way to the right and leaves this margin as maximum as possible. Margin on the left for the icon for the item 4.
This
Now, for this ratings container, we can do background color, light gray. Yes. And let's add some padding there to have some spacing. So padding 5. That's okay. And to make the container round, we're going to do border radius 10. Probably it needs a bit more padding horizontal.
Yeah, give it 7 padding, just I think.
Or instead of working with paddings, we can work with width so that all of them will have the same width, and height 15. 25. And we can say align items center to center the 4 inside the bubble. and justify content as well, center to center it horizontally. And for the border radius, we can give 20. And now all these bubbles should look the same. So maybe 30 is going to be better. Yes, this is good, as simple as it gets. And it is rendered here. All right. So with that being said, like now we are definitely done with, yes, with our items here. So what's our next step? Our next step is the restaurant detail page. But before moving there, like I want to do one more thing. As you see, the information about the home screen, we right now have it inside our application component. Now we will have to move to work on another screen, and for that, like we will need to delete it. Instead of deleting it, let's go ahead and create the screen in our screens directory. For the screens, let's do new folder, home screen. And inside home screen, let's define the index.js. Now from the app.js, actually, I'm going to copy everything inside our home screen. And in the home screen itself, I'm going to remove everything except my flat list, like this. Because at the moment, the home screen simply display a flat list. And it doesn't have the styles. I can remove it. Probably we don't need the styles, but I can keep them here just for just to have them prepared if we will need it in future. Now instead of export default function up, we can export default function home screen. And now we can delete view and text from here. We don't need them anymore. And also the status bar. Not like this. Status bar as well, we don't need in the home screen. That's everything our home screen is rendering. Let's go back in our app.js. And in the app.js, we don't need anymore the flat list. What we need is rendering the home screen as a component here. Let's make sure to import home screen from source screens home screen. Now we don't need the restaurant item. Come on. We don't need the restaurant data because that's already in the home screen. And at the moment, we don't need the text. And we don't need the flat list here. Okay, so from this point on, this is the way we're gonna work. We're gonna create separate screens and we're gonna just replace them in the application. At the end of today, we're gonna implement proper navigation to navigate from one screen to another, but that's another topic. Lucas, everything is fine so far?
Yep.
Okay. Do we have any interesting comments, questions? By the way, I can go ahead and actually give a little update or like what are we doing here for the people who are just joining. So if you're just joining and missed the introduction of this project, like we are kickstarting an intensive 5 days challenge where we will build a full stack Uber Eats clone. And we're not going to build only one application, we're going to build 3 of them. The driver application, the user application, and also the restaurant dashboard from where we will be able to manage their orders and dishes. So everything is going to be done with React Native and AWS Amplify, and this is a great opportunity for you to improve these skills. And the general overview of a plan, what we're gonna do in the day one, which is today. We're gonna do the user application UI with React Native. Then in the second day, we're gonna build the backend for our user application. In the day three, we're gonna build the driver side application. We're gonna integrate a lot of maps there, directions, and other interesting libraries. Day four is about connecting the driver application to the same backend as the user application is connected to, in order for them to work with the same data and also to share live data of, for example, the driver location, so that the user knows where is his order. In the last day, we're gonna implement the restaurant dashboard with React.js and AWS Amplify. And as I said, there they will be able to manage their orders. So this is what we're doing. Super excited about that. We already started and we have one screen from our user side application done. But what's more important is that we have covered already a lot of fundamentals of React Native that I hope is valuable to you if you're just getting started, or even if you already have some experience. Just to brush up on this knowledge is quite important. So how do you feel about this, guys, so far? Let me know in the comments. Are you enjoying it? How many of you are following along and actually implementing everything here? Oh, Universe Code is saying something very important. This year you can reach 100K subs. You deserve it. I don't know if I deserve it, but if you think that that we do, please, the button is down below. If it's red, click it. If it's not red, don't click it. And yeah, help us reach more people and help more developers like yourself. Are we going to implement Revenue Cat in this project? No, no Revenue Cat now. We have very nice tutorials on Revenue Cat, like separate tutorials. You can check those out. Are you using React Navigator or it's not needed? We're going to implement React Navigator by the end of this series. Yes, we're going to do that. Any other interesting comments?
The one that almost always is here is this will this be recorded and uploaded to YouTube? And
yes,
at
this is
least
going
for
to
the
be uploaded
start,
to
yeah.
you. For the next week is definitely going to be on YouTube. I'm not sure, like later, if we're going to keep it or we're going to offer it only for special people. I'm not sure what's going on with my application. So I messed up with something, probably.
Mateos, you can follow this guide. Like this will cover everything from, as you see, from the beginning, and Vadim is explaining everything in very much details, how everything works, the components, the flat lists, and we'll touch a lot of at the start, like beginner um, topics. Later on, it will be get harder and harder, but this will, I think this is a good place to, good tutorial to follow.
Yes, that's true. But I have an error here, and I don't want to fix it behind the screen because it will affect you as well. So we moved everything to the home screen here in the index, and now the problem is that our relative paths to these source components changed. So instead of going to this directory source, we have to go. Instead of source, we are already in the source. We are here in the screens. So we need to go one directory up. So instead of one dot, double dots, components. And here we need double dots, then again double dots to get from source to the root and then into the assets. And now if I save, reload, is it from here? Come on. Application dot source screen home screen. Okay. And here is, oh no, I need to go up one more directory because we are inside the home screen. We go up one time to the screens, we go up one more time to the source, and then get into the components, restaurants. And the same thing here as well. Save now. Should be good. Should be good. Come on. Come on. Let's see the terminal, what it says. Hmm. Restaurant item here. Yeah, bro, but we fixed you. You should be good to go. Simulator ready. Same.
Do you guys see? I can't really see the error message.
Because it's too small or what?
Yeah, but I think it's because I have it further.
Um, Wait a second. Come on, what's your problem? If from the app.js, I'm gonna comment out home screen here and here. Will you update? Just to understand if the error is coming from there, where I just have to probably have to
Try
restart
to
the server.
yeah.
So I stop the server. Let's start it again. Do reload. Try again. Come on. Developer tool is disconnected, but should be connected very soon. Add snippets to facilitate your work. I'm using snippets, but we're gonna get there a bit later. Just not to confuse like beginners with the snippets. Let's try. Try again. Go back.
We're going to use directions API because I see people are asking which APIs we'll be using. So yeah.
Okay, it worked. We don't see anything because I commented out the home screen. Let's uncomment it and hope that the issue is fixed. Home screen, refreshing. Let's go.
Hadrian is saying that
Yes.
he had this problem and it disappeared just like for you.
Yes. I just had to refresh. My server probably cached the error. So if you have some issues that are weird and you think that they shouldn't be there, like try to stop the server and rerun it again. In some situation, it works, not everywhere. So as I said, we separated our code about a screen to a separate home screen, and that will give us the possibility to go to the next step, because the next step in our case is the restaurant detailed page. So the restaurant detail page will start with an image, title, and also some information about the restaurant itself. And below it, we will see the menu. So let's give it a go. Let's start. I will right away create inside the screens. I'm going to create the new folder called, what do we have? Restaurant details. If I started with home screen, I'm gonna keep everything consistent, restaurant details screen. And inside it, new file, I'm gonna add the index.js. And let's go ahead and define our functional components. So restaurant details page is a functional component that will return some JSX. What will it return and what will it need? It will need definitely a view, it will need a text, it will need an image, and later on it will also need a flat list for the list of orders. But now let's import this from React Native. You go from here, and let's render a simple view with a text inside. Text details. Now, before going forward, let's as well initialize the style sheet. And we're going to do that. Yeah, first of all, let's export default the functional component that we defined to be able to import it in our files. And before that, let's do const styles equal style sheet dot create. And here we will put all the styles that we will need later. Now, let's go back to our app.js. And the same way we import the home screen, let's copy paste and import the restaurant detail screen. So here should be restaurant detail screen, and I'm gonna copy the name, put it here. And where we render the home screen, let's replace it with restaurant details screen, just to see it on the screen. Restaurant details screen, save. And we see in the middle of the screen details. Okay, so let's go in the restaurant details screen and think about what are the things that we need there. So as I can see from the presentation, it's very similar to the restaurant item, right, Lucas?
Well, yeah, it's pretty similar. We just need a menu later on.
Like from the title and things like that.
There
Like,
are some subtle changes, but
yeah, but let's start with the things that we already have in the restaurant item, and start from there. So let's go in the restaurant item, or should we, or shouldn't we? No, I'm gonna do it from scratch, not to confuse anyone. Okay, so in the first place, we need some data to render here. So let's right away import restaurants from directory up, one more, then assets. Oh, probably one more. Then assets, then data, then restaurants. Okay, and our restaurant that we are going to display on the screen is going to be the first restaurant in that array. So restaurants at position 0. Okay, for that text, we're going to go with restaurant.name. We see it here, perfect. Then for the image, we're going to have the source as URI. Again, we take the image from the restaurant data.image. And for the style, we're going to have styles.image. Let's also make sure to add some styles to the whole container. Styles.page. And style, not styles, but style. Make sure the prop name is called style. And this one is style.title. And below that, what do we have here? Like we have
this
our
one
text.
should be styles.title.
Styles.title, thank you. And below that, we have a text where we display restaurant delivery fee. Basically, yeah, I'm gonna take this text from our restaurant item in our restaurant details screen. Under the name, we are going to display the delivery fee, min delivery time, max delivery time, minutes. Anything else that we need there?
Nope.
This, right?
Well, if you want, you can add an icon of the star, but it just educates some
Yeah, probably not now.
styles.
Okay, so let's start with the image. With the image style, I want a width of 100%. And the height, not height, but let's work with aspect ratio of, as I said, 5/3 or 4
think
over 3.
No, I think it was 5, but I don't remember.
And
Correct.
here it's like this. Okay, one thing that we have to do here is to adjust some styles from the app.js because it messes around with everything that we do here. But let me think if we need it. For example, maybe we can say that this page should take the whole space on the screen. So if I add flex 1, will it take the whole space? Yes. Okay. Now it's
And
better. But still, the problem is that app.js has this padding that is preventing us from displaying this image the way we want it. So instead of adding this hack here, I'm gonna remove them actually. And yeah, that's it. Like the rest of the things. No, by removing them, if I'm gonna move back to our home screen, it's gonna be a bit broken. But we can add this padding on the screen itself, not on the application. So as you can see here, the home screen itself needs the padding. So let's fix it while we are still here in the home screen index. Let's put it inside a view with styles.page. What's going on here? And I'm gonna add some padding to the page on our home screen. Padding 10 was enough. And we need to import the view from React Native view. Save. What's up with padding? We need double dots here. Okay. Save. Okay, now it's better. Okay. Regarding that issue, like as I said, we're going to cover it later. Now back to our app.js. Let's comment out the home screen and return to our restaurant details screen. And go ahead in our restaurant details screen here, and let's continue styling our application here. So what do we have here, Lucas? For the name, we have there the title. We are going to increase the font size to what?
I think it was 15 there.
15? Only 15? I think 15 is too.
Oh no, it was in here. It should be even bigger, so it's like around 35 probably because
35.
detail. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Something
I
like
think
this. And font
yeah,
weight.
and font weight 600 because it needs to be a little bit. Yeah, and
Maybe
also I
that's
think the image is too big,
big,
too high.
too high. Let's do it 5/3. This will make it a bit smaller.
Yeah, I think this one.
And another property for the image that you can send is the resize mode. And by specifying how you want to resize the image to fit the container that you are rendering it inside, there are a couple of options. For example, cover will make sure that the whole container is covered with the image. Or another useful one is contain, when you want to make sure that the image itself is visible as a whole. In our case, I want cover, and that's actually the default one. So I don't need to specify it. For the title, it's okay. I'm gonna work with the spaces in a moment. But for what else do we need? For the subtitle here, we can do color light gray.
Yep.
Not with capital G. Gray, like
I think it's
this.
too
Just
light.
gray.
Yeah, maybe make it just gray.
Yeah. And do I need to increase the font size or something?
Yeah, make it 15.
Font size 15. Okay.
It's a little bit better. Yeah.
For the title, I'm gonna add some margin vertical just to have a space between the title and subtitle, and that's gonna be, I don't know, 10 is gonna be enough. Probably yes.
Yeah.
But regarding the space on the left and on the right, I could add it on the title, for example, margin 10, and also on the subtitle, margin 10. Like this. But in this situation, like you should add this margin to all the children that you're gonna have here. In order not to forget to add this to all the children, I would rather render everything below the image inside another view with a style, styles dot, I don't know, container, and to add the padding to that container. So let's put our two texts inside this container, save. Now let's style the container with margin 10. Now both our items now have margin because their parent container has the margin 10. All right, so are we done with the header here? Or do we need
Yeah.
anything else?
Yeah, I think we're done. I'm not sure about the color. I think it needs to be a little bit darker for the rating and the price. I found the one that probably would work. If you want, you can check it in a private chat.
You can tell me.
It's 525
525
252.
252. Okay, that's a very perfect color when you look at it. All right, so yes, as I see, what?
We need a back button, but only maybe the icon right now because navigation is not implemented yet.
Yes, okay, let's work with this back icon that we see in the top left corner. So for that, what will we need, Lucas?
We need an icon.
We need an icon. So let's render it somewhere here.
And we'll also need to change the...
Let's do it after the image, right after the image.
Yeah, that's one way. Or also changing the image to image background would be another way to do it.
I think I will make this icon
Just
position.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
style
yeah.
icon styles dot icon container container. And can you find the icon for me? And I'm gonna go ahead and implement the styles for the icon container itself. So let's do it like this, somewhere here on the top. Icon container should have the background color of white, I think.
Yep, I've sent you the icon.
It should have a width of, I don't know, something like 50. Height. Or instead of width, I can work with padding here. So padding 20. Instead of white, let's do red now just to see it. Okay, it's there. And I want to do it as position absolute because I want to display it on top of everything that we have on the page. Position absolute, and let's do where do we want to display it?
In the
Let's
top.
do like 30 pixels from the top and left like 10 pixels from the left. Where? Probably from the top more.
Yeah, maybe 40
Like
and 15, maybe even 40, 15, something like that.
I think from the left it's okay. Now we want to make it round, so let's do border radius. I don't know, 50. And yes, let's move back to white. Here is our icon, and Lucas has sent it to me. Okay. So the icon, wait a second, it's this one. Come on. In the icon container, here is the icon from the Ionicons library. What do we have here? Come on.
And you need a
And
closing tag.
we need to import it. Okay, yes. I need to. Yeah, first thing, let's import the. Oh, uh, come on. From Expo vector. Why? Come on.
I've sent you the import as well, by the way.
From at expo / vector icons.
Yeah.
So the icon itself has the name arrow back circle. Oh, the circle is actually the icon.
Yes, I wanted to interrupt you, but I mean it's good right now. It does matter. Just delete the styles because you don't have image icon styles there.
Image icon. But what styles does it need there? So
You
I
don't see it
think
because the
it's
color is
view,
white.
right? I need just the icon itself. And if
And
I do icon
now
container,
you don't see it because it's under your image and your background is white.
but now I put icon container here.
Make color black, icon color black right now.
Okay, wait. So I don't need padding here. I don't need white here. And I don't need border radius here.
Yeah.
I just need position absolute. And I can go back to white here. Okay, I didn't know. I thought that that is like an icon on top on a view. But it's much easier just to have like this icon here. Okay, so back to our presentation, we are done with the header of this page. Another thing that but okay, let me. We'll do it later. Hello from Zimbabwe. Hello. How are you doing, guys? By the way, how is it going? Is anyone keeping up with the pace? Everything is clear so far. But okay, so we have now we need to display the menu items, right?
Yep.
Okay, now we have to display the menu items. Below here, right?
One person is saying lost me on icon container. So you don't really need that around. Can you explain, Vadim, again what
Yes.
because you deleted everything
So
really
yeah,
fast.
like the thing that I did with icon container, I didn't have to do because the icon itself has everything that it needs to be rendered. Now the style that this icon needs at the moment is just positioning this icon as absolute in order to display it on top of everything else. And we want to display it 40 pixels from the top and 10 pixels from the left. So it's as simple as that. And this icon is imported from Expo vector icons that is by default a package by default installed with coming with Expo. And if you want to find different icons that you can use in your application, you can go to Expo vector icons, and there is a nice directory with search that you can search for the icon that you need. For example, home. And here you have, for example, I want this one. You press on it and it shows what to import and what to render. So
Hello,
does it
Oleg.
make sense now?
I think
How
it
you
was
change
very
the
clear.
color of a status bar to white? That's what I wanted to do, but I said like we're gonna do later. To change the color of a status bar to white, the style will be here. Dark content or light.
What?
That's light. So you just change light here, and the status bar on the top is displayed with light, with white colors. Okay. Anything else?
If you
Perfect. Now
want,
it
you
makes
can.
sense.
Yeah, yeah. If you want, you can play now around with linear gradient library that I saw in the stream start. Somebody was talking about and make the image as well. I can design with black linear gradient from the top till the bottom of the image itself.
That would be amazing, but let's try maybe to do it at the end.
Yeah, I'm just telling to the people because I saw someone is using linear gradient and we're talking at the start.
Yep. Okay. So next step is our menu items. Menu items. Okay. For the menu items, we are gonna need a separate component, right? I think so. So in the source, let me close.
Well, it depends.
What
You could
what's up?
have a flat list and put this code that you have here in the header.
Yes, but I'm talking about the menu item itself, the dish.
Oh, yes, yes. Then yeah.
So yeah, like the dishes that will be rendered below here, we need to have a component for it. So let's create a new folder in the components called, how to call it? Dish item, dish item.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, I don't know why I didn't,
Menu
but it
item.
makes more sense to have list item because item doesn't give you a lot of context. But if it's a list item, in my opinion, it makes a bit more sense. Index.js. And here, let's import, what will we need here? A view, text, style sheet. Do we do something with the image?
Nope. Oh, it unless you want it. It depends. I don't know.
We'll see. Do you want guys to render the images for every dish in our menu items here? So const dish list item, return. What will we return? First of all, a view with a text title. Let's go ahead and export default dish list item. And also let's define the styles that we will need. Create, and here is going to be all our styles. Okay, Now let's go ahead and import inside our restaurant details screen. Let's import this dish list item. Let's do import dish list item from components, then dish list item. And let's go ahead and render it after our texts where like this view container, probably after this container. So do we see? Yes, we see title there. Okay, perfect. Now let's think about what data we will send there. If we look in the assets, data, restaurants, every restaurant data has an array called dishes, and these dishes is contains information about every dish. For example, name, description, price, image, name, description, price, image, and so on. So we're gonna like later on we're gonna have a proper flat list, but for the moment let's do it like this. So the dish is gonna be our restaurant dot dishes. At position 0 we want the first dish, and that's it. We can render one more just to be able to see them side by side, and later we will put them in a flat list. Dish 0 and 2, that's okay. Now let's go in our dish list item component. We are gonna get the dish from the props. As you remember that we are sending from the restaurant detail screen the dish here. And for the title, we can do dish.name. Okay, it's already better. What else do we have there? We will have one more text for what?
For price.
Underneath is the price.
Underneath is description, I think, and then the
Okay,
price.
description, and then the price. Yep. So let's do style. Styles dot name. Let's do the same for the description and for the price. So here is description. Here is price. Come on, price. And here is container. So let's start with these four styles. Container, name, description, and price. So for the container, I'm gonna add some margin 10, not 120. 10 is okay, like that. Does it have a border bottom that container? Let's see.
Nope.
Yes, it does.
A border
Or it
button?
has a separator.
It's a divider, yeah, separator.
It's a divider for the flat list.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. Then the name, as I see, has a font weight bold, or how much?
The name, it's not it bold. I think it's gonna be too much.
So 600?
Yeah, 500, 600, something like that.
600, and a font size of 20 is too
17.
much?
Yeah, 20. I think it's almost the same as
10
that one.
or 17, as you said. Okay. Now, for description, we have color. Should I take the same color from there? 525.
Description. No, description is should be a little bit lighter, but
So it should
it
be
depends.
just gray.
Let's see how it looks like. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that will help.
And for the price, besides the price, I'm gonna add here one more dollar sign like this. And for the price, how should it be styled?
I think only the font size a little bit bigger, like 16.
Let's see here. Aren't we all the same font size?
Mm-mm.
No.
Well, there's a minimum.
So for
There
the
are minimal
price
changes.
font size, let's do 17.
It's
No,
too big
16.
for the. Yeah.
Then I'm gonna do for the name as well 16 to keep it like this. Now for the description, let's add margin vertical to add some space between all the, and it's probably too much, between the title and the description and price. 5. Something like this.
Yeah,
In
I
your
think it's
case,
okay.
it looked better. What
I
am I
had it.
missing?
I had it in the container itself. I made it with padding horizontal and vertical as well in order to make padding. And I have letter spacing between the title as well in the title.
Oh, letter spacing. So we have time for that. Okay, for the name, you said you had, you adjusted the letter spacing,
Yeah, to 0.
uh,
0.5.
0.5. That will increase the letter spacing.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, just a bit, but it
Yeah.
makes a lot of difference apparently.
Yeah. So also I have a divider, but I created a divider myself. That divides, first of all, I will need to use it in the menu and also
But if
on
I
each.
add here simply uh,
It's just bottom,
border,
bottom. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
border, bottom color
Yeah.
gray, and border bottom with 1
I think it should be light gray.
light gray,
Yeah.
and to add some padding bottom 5,
Yeah.
to add some space between the price, maybe even 10.
Well, yeah, you see, I have padding and also on the whole container itself. Not only
This
padding
container.
bottom, but yeah, padding horizontal and vertical. Of
But why do you need it?
then
I'm just thinking.
for the horizontal one, I have like 20 even to make a lot of spaces between each of the items
So
to make it
padding
look cool.
horizontal.
Yeah.
Actually, this is a very good design, and probably we don't need this margin. Hmm.
And add padding vertical 10
Let's
also and
do
delete it.
padding horizontal. Wait, I'm lost.
Okay, delete the margin, the first one. You
But in
don't
this
need it.
case, the line is gonna connect. But it's
So
okay.
yeah, wait. It also, yeah, it doesn't matter. Then padding horizontal and padding vertical added for. Oh, so yeah, that's why I added divider as a separate view in order not to make it like throughout the whole component. No, so the vertical one should be 10. It's 20. I think it's a bit too big. Yep. And
But instead of, if I want this separator to be like that, I can say margin horizontal 20. And in that case, my divider
yeah,
ends here because I add outer space, not inner space.
yeah.
Uh, is it good?
Let me check the. So on the title as oh yeah, you added
But I
some.
also want some margin vertical outside the container as 10.
Yeah.
Yes, now like this line is here. I think now it looks a bit better.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's not spend more time here because we can spend a lot of time to make everything perfect. But yeah, like what's important is to render this information, to know how to adjust it, and then like to based on the design that you need, like you can do it afterwards. So I think we're done with this dish list item, right? We said like
Yeah.
only if we wanted to display the image. So let's go ahead and display the image, and the image we want to display on the right side, but only if it's available. So to display it on the right side, oh my God, will we mess up with a lot? Let's hope it's gonna take us not a lot of time. Text here. Let's put everything in a view because we want this view to be the first column, and then the second column we want to be an image with a source URI dish.image, and the styles.image. Okay. Let's see. In the dummy data, does the first, yes, the first one has image. So if we add the styles for the image here, the image should be, I don't know. Should it be just height 100% of the row?
And make it in a row.
Before that, for the container should display everything in the same row. So flex direction row. Okay. Height 100%, and for the aspect ratio we can do 1 to be a square. I don't like it, so for that reason I'm gonna set
Yeah.
height to 200 pixels or something like that. That's
Yeah.
too much, right?
Yeah,
What's
that's
happening there?
but
Oh, I know what's happening. Okay, the description is too long and it messes up with everything. What we will have to do is to give to this view the flex one. Will it work? Will it help? Let's see. Flex one. Yes, now it works. And in order to be sure that this description will not go crazy, if the description is too long, we can set number of lines to 2 in order to cut down the text if it goes over 2 lines. And it will automatically put 3 dots at the end. So what do you think, Lucas? Is it okay? Do you approve
yeah,
it?
but we need to render
Maybe
the image
smaller?
conditionally. Maybe
What?
yeah, smaller conditionally, because not all dishes
Yes.
in our have image.
That's true. Not all dishes have this image. And if it doesn't, we need to simply not render this image and let the text flow there, not to lose space. So in order to do that, let's render this image conditionally. And how we are going to do it, we first will put it inside curly brackets, the whole image. And before rendering the image, we're going to add the condition. What's going to be the condition? If dish.image is defined, then go ahead and render the image. Otherwise, do not. So here is the syntax. As you can see now, the text in the second item is rendered until the end of the screen because it doesn't have an image. So it profits from this, from the real estate of a screen. Okay, so now we are definitely done with the dish list item, right, Lucas?
Yep.
Okay, so let's go back in our restaurant details screen. And now, instead of rendering the dishes like this, we will have to render them inside a flat list. Let me first render them here, and then I'm going to show you a problem. So let's do flat list. We already know how to render a list of items. We need to provide a flat list with data, and our data is going to be restaurant.dishes. This is the array of dishes for one specific restaurant. The second important property is render item, which is going to be a function receiving the item and rendering the dish list item with the dish that we receive from the props item here. Okay, now it displays them perfectly. We can scroll through them, but as you can see, when we scroll through this flat list, everything on the top remains here. Like we do not scroll together with everything on the top. You know what, Lucas? I'm gonna extract everything that is on the top here, basically the header, into a separate component, because I think it's gonna make a bit more sense. Like,
It'll be clear.
yeah. So let's go ahead and extract everything on the top, basically the image and so on, into a separate component that we can create inside the restaurant details screen as header.js. I'm gonna copy everything from the index.js in the header.js, and I'm gonna leave only the things that we need. For example, I don't need the flat list here, and I don't need the icon here because icon is not part of a header, it's part of the page itself. So let's remove the icon from here and leave the image with this container. Now let's go to the index.js and now remove everything from here. Leave only the flat list, but provide to the flat list a list header component. That is going to be a component that the flat list knows to render on top of the other items. So what do we want to render there is the header that we can import header from this directory header. Now it works, but I don't know why I removed the icon.
You don't have it anywhere right now.
Yes, I removed it from both places.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take it from the header. I'm gonna do a Command Z here. I'm gonna take it from the header, but put it in the index.js. Probably before or after the flat list. It's probably better to render it after the flat list. Come on, are you working? Yes, it's here, and the header displays correctly. But now when I scroll through the items, my header as well scrolls together with the items themselves, which is the functionality that we wanted to implement here. All right, so we can clean up some of the things. For example, I will extract the styles to a separate component, to a separate file, because these styles we are reusing both in the index and in the header. So I would rather, and it's a good practice to extract styles in their own component, not to mess like the rendering logic with the styling logic. So from the index.js, let me copy these styles here, move them to the styles. Come on. Now, import style sheet from React Native. And here we're going to have export default style sheet create. Now back in our index here, we need to import the styles because we removed them from here. So let's go ahead and import styles from from styles. And the same thing, import styles, we need to do in the header itself, in the header here. And we don't need the styles from the header file because we import them from there. And as well, we can clean up some of the information here. For example, we don't need the unicons, dish list item. We don't need style sheet and flat list. Nor do we need the restaurants. The restaurant itself, we will receive through props, right? Because the header, this is the restaurant header. So we need to send from the index to the header through props the restaurant itself, because here in the index is where we will know what restaurant to render. And to send this information to the header, we will have to add it to a function and properly render it like this. And here send restaurant equal restaurant. And let me close it, but okay, it's like this. Okay, does it work? Yes, it works. And we managed to clean everything here. Oh, that's
So
intense.
oh, okay, yeah.
What?
No. I didn't notice how you changed it. Maybe go through what you changed a little bit again, because that was like a lot of changes, extracting to separate screens, and yeah.
Okay, so the way we structure the restaurant details screen real quick is we have an index.js that is going to be responsible for querying from the database the restaurant. And because here is where we will get the restaurant, we will send it down to, for example, the header component, which is a custom component defined in the same folder that contains information about the image, title, and everything else that is here on the top. And after that, like the flat list renders all the dish items from the restaurant data. And here we can see them with a name, description, image if it has one, and the price below. We also extracted all the styles from the restaurant details screen from this index file. We don't have styles here because we extracted them to a separate component, style sheet. We export from here. And in the index, we simply import the styles like this. And now the component is only 30 lines of code, and it's much easier to understand. The same way with a header, it only contains information that is here on the top, image and some titles. The same, we import the styles from the same directory. Whew. So, are we done with this screen?
Not exactly. We're missing two little details. I'm not sure if it's important. Menu title, like to understand that there's a menu, and a divider after that. But that's only style, so I'm not sure if that's very important.
So you're saying the menu there. Okay. That should happen at the end of a header, right? We have a header, at the end we end with a menu, and after that we render the menu itself, right?
Yeah.
So for that, we're gonna need a text underneath this one called text with a styles dot menu title. Title, and the text should say menu.
Yep.
Now in the styles, we can add this menu title. And tell me the styles, Lucas. Should it be, first of all, margin vertical to give him some space, like 10? font size 16. Most probably you also played with that letter spacing.
Might be.
0.7, I don't know. You like it?
Yes, very good. Maybe a little bit the font, maybe a bit bigger.
18. And
Yeah.
maybe more margin top, like 20. You like
Yeah,
it?
it's yeah, now it's clear where the menu is.
Okay. All right. So what are the next steps? We have a menu item, we developed it. We have a menu list, we did it. And the next step is the menu item details screen, right?
Yep.
Okay. Hello, Nakir. I'm very happy to code with you, and I hope more than I expected. Thank you very much. I'm happy that you are taking value out of this challenge. How to access all restaurants? 1, 2, etc. Where? What exactly do you mean?
I think you should use a Flatlist for that.
Yeah, that's how we
Yeah,
loop through the restaurants and render them using a flat list.
and yesterday's code will be uploaded, I think. Will it
Okay,
be?
give me 1 second. You can address some questions if there are any. I'm gonna bring some water because I ran out of it.
Okay. So he's staying hydrated as always. That's good. Okay, so yeah, I think the code will be uploaded today as well after the stream. Yep. So Priyak Patel, thank you very much for your donation. We're very thankful. Okay, what else? Come on, Vadim. Yes, a lot of talking, needs water, that's why. Yeah, and I see that there were some questions about the theme, and Alatunda provided a video to that. But yes, it's a community material theme, but he has some extra settings, some customized settings, I would say. So if you like the font and everything, that you should watch that video instead to make it exactly the same. Yes, what else? I think everything else is touched by Olatunda, and he's answering to your questions, guys, very fast.
Hey, we have a donation. Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Priyank. I appreciate it. All right. So the next screen that we're gonna develop is the menu item detailed screen, and this screen is we're gonna get here whenever we press on one of the dish menu items in the details of the restaurant. So in the menu item details, what do we have here? A title, description, the buttons for the quantity, and the button for adding to the basket. Okay, it's pretty simple. Lucas, keep me accountable not to be very perfectionist with this one because it's a simple screen and we can finish it quite fast because we have a lot of things to do today. More things to do today. Okay, so for the screens, we're gonna create a new folder, dish item screen, dish details screen, dish details screen. Let's go ahead and add the index.js here. And I'm so tempted to use the snippets, but I'm not gonna do it. So we're gonna have a view, a text. What else? And probably
And
for
yeah,
now,
that's it.
that's it. From React Native. Now let's find the dish details screen component. And here it will return some JSX. Now let's simply export default dish details screen. And what it will return a view with a text saying dish details. Let's go ahead and also define the style sheet. Have it ready, waiting for us here. Styles equal style sheet dot create, and that's it for now. Now let's go in our app.js, and instead of rendering our restaurant details screens, let's import the dish detail screen and render it here inside our application. Okay, so we see on the screen dish details. Ugh. Oh my god, my voice is going away. So let's go back to our dish detail screens and start working on it. So as I said, what do we need there? Uh, we have a title, like the name of the dish, then the description, then a divider, and these buttons. Okay. That means that we will need one dish, one dish details. To get the dish details, we are going to again import the restaurants from import, not const. From
So the video will be uploaded right after the stream ends, like 5 minutes after. And now one question is very interesting, and a lot of people have different opinions on this one. Uh, Saeed is asking, do I need to learn JavaScript before learning React Native? I would say no, but some people might say yes. I learned it without knowing JavaScript all too well. So
Yes, Lucas, but you had experience in other programming languages. So
but it's
if you don't
Java.
have experience in other programming languages like JavaScript, C++, Java, anything else, I wouldn't jump right away into React Native. You still need good fundamentals of what does a variable mean, what does a loop mean, what does an array mean, and like these fundamentals are very important. And the first step, I would say, like you need to learn like the basic of programming. Like it might be in other languages, it will be very helpful for you if it's specifically in JavaScript, because you're going to write JavaScript when writing React Native. But like in the Lucas situations, like if you have experience like with Java or other programming languages, you can learn JavaScript and React Native at the same time. That's probably how I did it as well. Like I didn't take a course on the JavaScript. Like I had experience of programming like with C++, Java, and other languages. And then when I made the transition, I just picked up the things that are specific to JavaScript as I was progressing through building my projects with React Native and React.js.
Okay, he's saying that he knows the basics, but he's not fluent in them, not like very good at them. So then
Yeah,
it
it
depends.
depends
Make it like
situation.
if you know the basics, at least on average, I don't think it should take you like the basics. He means, yeah, that's true. Like variables and stuff like that, the arrays, some different looping, and I think then you can start learning. But that's just my opinion. As I said, like a lot of people have different opinions. It might be true that because I had like other programming language names, like background. That's why it was not that hard to pick up React Native. But yeah.
Okay, so already started coding. The first thing, I imported the restaurants and I took the random dish. Basically, I took the first restaurant at position 0 and I took the first dish from the first restaurant and I saved it in this variable. Tomorrow we're going to implement like data fetching, and this is going to be coming from the database, but now it's dummy data, so just to see it on the screen. So first things first, we display the name. After the name, we display the description. After that, probably we're gonna have a separator.
Yep.
Did you design it with like a simple view called
Yeah.
separator?
Yeah. Yeah.
Separator. And we're gonna just add some height to this view, like background color, and we're gonna make a line out of this view. What did I do wrong?
Style. You don't have,
Styles.
yeah.
What?
It should be styles, not style.
Styles. Okay, okay. So let's add the page with flex 1. I don't like that in the app.js it centers the icons. But maybe I like. So let's also add a width of 100% to this page to take the full space there. Yes, now it is better. Let's see. For the title, again, like I'm gonna add padding vertical just as a temporary fix for the notch, like 30 or something like this. Later on, we're gonna implement like navigation with safe area views, and we're not gonna be bothered by the notch. But now I added this as a temp fix.
Yeah, Jeet,
Uh,
I don't know about the lead code either. So as Dreamline said, it's probably not very important. I don't know if Vadim knows anything about lead code.
I just heard about it, and I think yes, I did some lead code when preparing for Amazon interviews, but I didn't like do a lot of them. Like I had another period in my life when I was doing this hardcore core programming, like data structure and algorithms before that. So at that point, I just brushed up my knowledge and just to remember everything. So for the title, what do we have? Font size 30. Is it okay?
Title, yeah.
Or name?
You don't have anything in the name, do you?
Yes. And style. Okay, you forgot that. Styles. Styles dot name. And the other one is style dot description. So for the page, I also want some actual padding that will add it like here on the left and right. What else, Lucas? What else?
Well, a little bit of font weight would be nice. Around
Font
700 or something.
weight 600.
7.6, yeah.
Okay, and margin vertical and okay, as I said, I'm not gonna spend a lot of time here like
Yeah.
with the styles. Let's go ahead and style the separator. And this view should have a height of 1, a background color of light gray, and probably a width, or no, it has the width Um, margin vertical. Let's do 10. Okay, that's good.
Okay, Saeed is asking, did you guys learn React prior to React Native? And no, I learned React Native first and then React. Not sure about Vadim.
If I'm not mistaken, most probably I had the same situation. First, I've got into React Native and then into React.js, but I really don't remember. So what else do we have here? So we have title, we have description, and then these two buttons. Can you help me with the icons, Lucas?
Yeah, also you need the back icon here from here.
But I'm thinking to have like the proper like navigation screen that just simply will go
Or
back.
that, yes, yeah. I have the icons. Let me here.
While Lucas is preparing the icons, the description,
You
making it
have
a
it already.
more perfect. Color is gray.
Color should be 696969.
Okay, so after the separator, there we have one row with the one icon, then a text, and then another icon, right?
Yep.
So for the first icon,
Actually, maybe I should just send you only the icons. So
so for the first one we have and design. Let's first import them at the top. Import from expo/vector icons. We will import the and design, and also what's the other one, or only and design?
as well
Yes.
and design, yeah.
Okay, so the first icon is and design with the name minus circle O minus circle O. Make sure to write it correctly if you don't see it rendered. The size is going to be quite a lot, like 60, and the color is going to be black. So let's close this. Okay, we have it there. Let's copy and paste it, and we're gonna change to plus circle O for the second one, plus circle O, and in between them, we're gonna have a text that will display the number. How many items do you want to order? So let's style them a bit. Styles.row. Then this text styles dot quantity. So for that row, we want to display them as flex direction row. That will put them in the same row, but we want to display them aligned in the center of a line. And for that, let's do align items center. That's good. And probably also justify content.
Yeah.
Center. And now they're in the middle. And we can add, I don't know, margin top like 50 to move them a bit lower.
Yeah.
Okay. And for the quantity, let's do font size. How
25.
much? 25?
Yeah.
Only?
Yep.
Font
And then padding.
weight, bold is okay.
No, nothing there.
Margin horizontal 20. And without font weight bold.
Yeah,
But it
yeah,
looks good
because
with bold.
For
No?
me, well, I don't know. It depends. For me, it looks like too similar to the icons. But yeah, maybe. It depends on your taste.
Okay, let's do it like this. Okay, so now that we have this icon, we need to, whenever we press on the plus sign, we need to increase the quantity of the item that we want to order. And whenever we press on the minus size, we need to decrease it. Well, for that, we need to store this information somewhere, to store this value. Well, the problem is that we cannot store it in a normal variable, like, I don't know, quantity like this, because every time we will update this variable, React, React Native and React.js, like behind the scenes, will not know that there is an actual change to the data in order to re-render our screen with a new quantity. Okay, maybe that was unnecessary details, but the proper way to keep data in React.js and React Native is using a state variable. To use a state variable, we need, first of all, a hook called use state that we import from React. Are you okay?
Yeah.
From React. Now using this hook, at the top of our component here, inside the component, but it should be in the top level here. It shouldn't be inside a if statement or something like that. So let's get our state using the use state hook. This is how we declare our state using the use state. Now, the use state hook gives us back an array of two values. The first item in that array is the value. So state at 0. The second value is the setter, which basically means it's a function that helps us update the value in state. So the first value in this array is the value. The second one is the setter. One rule of thumb about state is that we never update the value directly. We never do this. That's, yeah, like we don't do that because by doing this, React cannot understand that there is a change to the value. What we should do whenever we want to change it, we want to use the setter. For example, setter with 2. And by doing this, we update the state variable with a newly sent value, and React just knows to re-render the screen because there is a new update. These are like a couple fundamentals about state. Now let's move some of these things in a proper way to work with them. So usually, whenever we work with state, we take advantage of a feature called destructuring from ES6, and we right away destructure the value and the setter out of the array that is returned by useState. Basically by doing this, value and setter. So because value comes first in this array destructuring, it's actually the same as this line. It takes the first value. And because the setter comes second, it's the same as this line because it takes the second item from the array. And now we don't need these two because we can work with only one. And instead of value and setter, let's do quantity and set quantity. Now, whenever you use the hook, you can pass here a default value, like the value that we want to initialize the state with. So initially, we want to initialize it with 1. Now, let's take the value of our state, quantity, and render here instead of our dummy 1. We render it by adding the curly brackets and then inside it the quantity. And here we see 1. But if I'm going to change the state to 2, Here we see 2. Perfect. Now the next step is to update our quantity state whenever we press on these icons. So let's do here on press to detect whenever the user presses on this minus circle. We will call a function. Let's do it like this: on minus, not like this, simply on minus. And for the plus, we're gonna do on plus. Now let's define these functions that we send to the on press here in the component. On minus is gonna be a function, and const on plus is gonna be a function. Now, what should happen when we do the on minus function here? I forgot the arrow here. Well, we need to decrease the quantity. So let's do quantity equal quantity minus 1, right? Wrong. That's not how we update the state. We update the state using the setter. So instead of directly updating the quantity, we will call the set quantity with the value of quantity minus 1. And we do the same in the on plus quantity plus 1. Now, if I'm going to press plus, we increase it. If I'm going to press minus, we decrease it. But at the same time, we can go in the minus, right? So we need a check. We need a check whenever we press on the minus sign if we are not already at the minimum. So let's do if quantity is less or equal than 1 or null. If quantity is more than 1, we need to decrease it. If it's 1, we don't need to do anything. And now I can do plus a lot of time, but minus only until 1. And that's it. That's how we manage state in our React Native application.
You could show also how you can make inline, for example, for set quantity. You don't really need to make it like for the whole separate function. You can make it inline.
Yes, like the thing that you do here, like set quantity, you could do it without having to define a function on the top by defining the function here. Basically, it's the same. So but to be honest,
That's for plus. Make it plus.
That's for plus. But to be honest, I don't encourage doing this. I really don't like whenever we have logic inside the rendering part. Because yeah, like at the moment, like it's only set quantity. But after that, like you have to add another if statement. And after that, you have to add like if it's 10, like add a bonus. I don't know. Like the logic can evolve a lot. And in that situations, like if you add more logic here, like it's hard to find it and hard to debug. That's what I think. I don't know. So the last step on this page is the button, right?
Yep.
So we have this one here and the button at the bottom. So let's first of all style the button, and that's gonna be after the row here. We're gonna have a view, and inside that view we're gonna have a text. The text will say add for example 4 items to basket, but instead of 3 or 4, we're gonna take the quantity and render it here. So for example, add 1 item to basket or 7 items to basket. Okay, so for the view, let's give styles dot button. For the text, styles dot button.
Oladipo, icons have their own like prop on press, that's why we don't need to wrap it in touchables.
Yes, items have this property on press. The same way with the text itself, they have a on press, which I didn't know for a long time about the on press event on the text. So you live, you learn. Now let's go ahead and style the button and the button text. Button and the button text. So for the button, I want a background color of black. I want text color white. We need to align it on the bottom of the screen. So for that, I can do margin top auto. And now it floats here at the end. Let's work with some padding of this button. 10 probably is going to be too little, so 20. And let's align item center or specify content. No, align item center. That's good. Now for the button text, definitely increasing the font weight to bold or not bold.
That's well, it depends.
Maybe 600. Yes, and font size. How much?
20.
20. Okay. Like this? Don't you
Yeah,
think
and
it's
I
too
don't. Well, that's what I had in the design, but for also I didn't add items, quantity items, because if it's one, then it's add. And Uber Eats doesn't have that as well. They just say add 5 to basket.
add 5 to basket? Okay,
Yeah,
that's even easier.
yeah.
Okay, and if we change this state variable here, the same way it updates in the button as well. So I think we are done for now. Or should we display the price, calculate the price? Let's do it because it's not that hard, right?
We will have to do it on the last page or also this one. Oh, in this one as well, yeah.
Yeah, because right now there is no way to see the price and how it changes. So if we look at the restaurants JSON, every dish here has a price. So one way would be to, how did Lucas do it design wise here? Okay, I'm not gonna align it at the end, but I'm gonna simply put it in the basket in the button here. Let's say the price. Well, we need a function to calculate the price because the price is going to depend on the quantity and the price of a dish. We need to multiply it. So let's do get total equal return first the dish dot price multiplied by the quantity. And I'm going to show you one problem that in a moment. And we can add it here like this. Get total, but we need to call it like this. Is it okay? Yeah,
Well,
it's perfect. It's perfect.
It works, but it shows
And
the error.
now if I change it, as you can see, in some cases, it displays a lot of digits. We don't need that many digits after the dot. So the one way to fix it, we can say take this number that you calculate, then round it to fixed two numbers after the dot. Just keep the two most important numbers after the dot, like 2 here, 2 fixed. Now it's 690, and it will never be more than two numbers, two digits there. Perfect. So I think we're done with this screen.
Well, yeah. Well, it's maybe more padding on the top, but I'm not sure. We can add it later.
Yes, we can add it later when we cover the navigation. So menu item detail screen done. The next one is the basket item. Because the next step is we're gonna add items to the basket. So we need a way to render the basket itself, right? So basket item. I'm just checking if it has any similarities. Oh, I could use. I know how to improve a bit the design here. I could use that dot that you sent me instead of parentheses.
Yep.
So here after the basket, I'm gonna add these characters to have that dot there. Everything is okay? Yes, now it looks better. Okay, so let's move on to the next screen. And our next screen, as I said, is going to be the basket screen. It needs the restaurant title, the item list, subtotal, total, and pay button. Okay, let's get started.
Also, Dr. 2021 asking how you know the values of padding and margin or just a random number. So usually play around with it, just see what looks good.
Yeah, with time, like you get a feeling, but yeah, like normal size elements, like usually the values are from, I don't know, like 10 to 20 to have like a normal size padding. But like for specific scenarios, you can have like higher paddings, or for very small like icons or very small elements on your screen, you can go like even below 5. But usually like you're working with 10, 20. And a good recommendation is to try to keep these values consistent, because if you add like on the right like 5 pixels padding, on the left you add 10 pixels padding, like your design will look horrible, and it throws in the eyes like very very easily, like to spot these issues. As I said, for the next screen, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna duplicate the dish detail screen because it's quite similar design wise. It has the same title and information. So let's go ahead and just copy the dish details screen to a new folder. Let's rename it to basket. Is it basket? Yes, it's basket. Inside here, let's start from renaming from dish detail screen to basket. Make sure you're inside the basket index.js. Here, let's go ahead and export default basket at the end. And for the where it is, for the title, at the moment, I'm just gonna say basket because I want to see it on the screen. At the moment, it's not here because we still have to go in the app.js. We need to import the basket screen. I didn't add basket screen, so sorry for that. But I'm gonna continue with basket here, and let's render it on the screen. Okay, so now that I see basket on the top screen, I can close everything else and keep only the basket index.js and continue working here. For the title, actually, we're not gonna work with one specific dish. We're gonna work with restaurant. And let's remove dishes from here. Basically, let's take the first restaurant from our list. Now let's render the name of a restaurant here on the top, restaurant.name. Then, do we need any description for it? Let's do description. Then we don't need this row, so let's delete these two icons together with the view. Delete it like this. And now the button in our case will say, what will it say? Create order. Okay. Description. Don't we have a description?
Nope.
No?
Nope. Only the title and the items.
Restaurant. Here. Where? No? Oh,
Well, we
okay.
don't need a description either way.
Okay. No worries. That means that this line with a description, we don't need it. We can decrease a bit the name font size to something like 24. Okay. Do we need the separator?
Nope.
We
Only
might need it
after
later.
the items.
Okay, so after the name of the restaurant, we have your items. Where is it? Add to stream. So after the restaurant name, but before the separator, we have their text, your items, yeah?
Yep.
For the style, what do we have? Styles dot. I'm okay with that. I'm not gonna style this text. You know pretty well how to style the text. What we have next is going to be the restaurant item, right? The item
Yeah, all
there.
the items. Yeah. And this
Mhm.
item, well, you can extract it to a separate component as well.
Mhm. Let's start from here right away. So, like one item inside your basket will first of all have that quantity that is inside the view and has text. Let's say one.
Mhm.
V style is gonna be styles dot quantity container, and this style is going to be, but I don't need it. Then after the quantity container, it will contain the text, the name, right?
Yep.
Name. And after the name, it will contain the total price.
Yeah.
Total price. So that basically means that
You need to calculate it by by the quantity.
But let's start with just text, and then we're gonna calculate. Let's do text, then style, styles dot row. We already have a row here, but we don't need it, and we can play with it. So justify content. Justify content. We don't need justify content center. Let them be there. And for the last text here, for the price, I'm gonna write some inline styles, guys, because we are quite low on time and we have some very important screens to cover as well. So you could extract them to the styles, but I'm gonna write them here. What I need here is some margin left auto to have a price at the other end. For the quantity container, let's go here and specify a background color of gray or light gray. Light gray. Some padding horizontal 5. Will it be okay? And also some margin right, also some like 5. Okay, it's good, but I also want some padding vertical like 2. Did we go around the corners?
Yes.
So let's do border radius 2, 3.
Uh,
I think 3 is okay,
yeah.
like not to have
Yeah,
like.
I did it too, but yeah, 3 is okay as well.
Okay, so then we have a name. Does the name have any styles? It's
A little bit.
just a bit bolder.
Bolder, letter spacing, font a bit bigger.
So for the name here, style.
Sinotile, thank you very much for kind words. And yep, keep up the good work, Vadim.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'm gonna just do font weight bold or 600, and that's it. I'm happy with that. Just for the quantity container, for the margin right, I'm gonna add 10 to make more space between the name and the quantity.
Saeed, I think at Vadim's place is like 6 o'clock, and at mine is 8 o'clock.
Yes. So yeah, that's it for the items. But what we want to do is to display multiple of them, more items. We don't need these three functions in the basket. Let's remove them while we're here. And now let's take out this row inside a separate component. You can put it inside a separate file, but I don't manage to do that. So I'm going to put it here. Basket dish item is going to be something that will return this view. Now we need a bunch of dishes. We can get them from restaurant.dish. And we can render a flat list.
Ali, thank you very much as well.
Data.
Very nice to hear.
Yes, for the data, we have a restaurant dot dishes. I just want to render all the dishes of a restaurant. Later on, we'll render only the dishes that the user selected based on the data that we will save in the database. But for now, like let's render everything that the restaurant has. Render item is going to be item basket dish item and where we need to send the uh, bus basket. Let's do it like this. Basket dish is equal to the item. Now we can take the item here from the props in the bucket dish item, and instead of the name, let's do properly item dot, but it's not item, right? It's basket dish. So basket dish dot name, and here it's going to be basket dish dot price. And find variable flat list because we need to import here flat list. Price, and probably we will work with quantities later on. At the moment, like we have one for all of them, but tomorrow we're gonna implement properly to track the quantity of items. Should we decrease some? I don't know, where is it for the well, we don't need the quantity state anymore. Where is it? Lucas, what do we need here more?
Well, maybe spaces are too big for this
So
item, I
the
think.
row has margin top 50. No, let's do
That's a
margin
lot. 20 at most, maybe.
vertical 10, 20, 15.
15. Yeah. So that's how you choose the padding.
Yes, that's how you choose it. You put one, you put another one, and then in between. Save. Again, something is not as perfect as there, but it's good. Maybe the row should have some padding, horizontal 10. Let me switch back.
Maybe like adding some margin or padding under the title will already make it look a lot better.
Under the top title?
Yeah, and
Or your
also
items?
under the top title. And also making at least your items bold.
Your items style, font, weight, bold, and margin top 20.
While you're here, you can make the font size 19 as well.
Font size 19. Okay,
Yeah.
now it's better. Is it?
Now price. For me, it's better, but I had the title bigger as
And
well.
now
You
we
made it
can
smaller.
we can give there the separator, or how is it called? The
Yeah, but
item separator component.
also you want to separate each item as well by the
Oh
line.
yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. So we don't need the separator at all.
We need after all the items before the price. Before the price.
So just to do it like
After the
it's
flat
actually,
list, I think it's okay. You can leave it
yeah,
like
but
that.
it's rendered at the bottom. What did I do? Element type invalid. Did I change something?
Well, the only red thing I see is because of that
Yeah,
dollar
it's because
sign.
of this dollar sign.
Try to make maybe a space and see if that's the problem.
Let's see the development tools if we have any logs. Come on. Okay, I think my server crashed. Yes. So let's do npm start again.
Yeah, still viewers are still here, so that's nice.
Yes, that's amazing.
Good job,
How are you
guys.
guys? What do you think about the challenge?
And are you tired already or still going strong?
Me?
Because I saw some. No, the you probably. I don't know. It's a good question, but I'm asking to
Hmm.
the people.
I'm not tired. My only thing that hurts is the neck because of talking. Okay, we said that we are done with this page, which is the shopping cart page, and it has a complete order button there that will submit the order to the database, which we will implement tomorrow. Back to our presentation, we have the orders page, the orders page. And I'm thinking, do you want guys to, probably I know your answer. Do you want to implement this orders page together here in the live stream? Or do you want me to give the components that we will need there on the orders page just to speed up the process of developing? Let me know in the comments in the live chat.
Because there are
Uh,
still a few things to go through as well. So navigation as well.
yes, we have navigation, we have more screens there, we have a details page of the order, which is a kind of a combination between the restaurant page and the basket page because it displays them like
Yeah.
this. So actually it's not that a lot, hopefully.
Rogelio, thank you very much for kind words.
Whew. So it's going pretty good.
Hi, Joel.
Hello guys, hi. Hello everyone who is just joining. So I think that we should get going with rendering a list of orders.
Okay.
Repeat the question. Should we build the orders page together now in the live stream, or would you prefer to receive the code for this page? But I think we're going to do it because we don't copy paste code, we implement everything. And let's hope that we're going to manage to do it. So the orders page will display a list of your orders. So let's go into here. And let's start by defining a new screen as a folder orders screen. This orders screen will have an index.js. And inside here, I'm gonna generate this boilerplate component. I couldn't handle it myself and not use it, but it saves me some time. So what's going on here? So pause the video right now and write the same thing for yourself. So generate this very boilerplate, very minimal component. And after you do this, let's go ahead in our app.js. Let's import
Okay, so
the order.
almost all of the people asked to implement it during the live stream. So it's
Yeah.
good that you,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. And
So
also
let's.
thank you guys for the nice words to Vadim and to everybody. So yeah, that keeps it going, I should say. Yeah.
All right. So now in app.js, we are rendering the order screen that we just created here. And let's go ahead and see what do we need there. So we need a list of orders. For that, we're going to need a separate component that has two columns. The first column on the left is the image of the restaurant, and the right column has three text inputs for the name, the status of a order, the what else? Like some more information that we will get there. So let's start with the components. Let's create a new folder, order list item, and let's do index.js. Here as well, I'm gonna use the React snippets library to generate this boilerplate order list item component. And using this order list item component, we don't need to import React anymore. We can go back to our orders screen and render a flat list of this order list item. We're going to implement the design and everything of the order list item in a moment, but now let's just import the flat list. Let's import our order list item component to know what to render, order list item from here. And also let's import some dummy data about orders. Import orders from one more assets, data, and then we have orders there. You can go ahead and have a look at that data orders, but it's again a list of orders, and every order has like some information about the order itself and also information about the restaurant that the order belongs to. So instead of this text, or do we need the text? Do we need a title there, or the title is going to come from the actual title of a screen? Okay, let's start with a simple flat list.
Okay. Isadira Moreno, thank you very much, and Coutinho Orlando as well. They're like telling very nice words to you and also me.
Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate it. I don't manage to read the chat right now, just because we have to get moving, but I'm definitely gonna read it afterwards. And I really, really appreciate all your support. So back to our flat list. For the data, we're gonna render the orders, and for the render item, for every item, we are going to render the order list item like this. And we're gonna send their order item, the item that we are trying to render here. Now, here we should see what's going on. Again, my server failed. No, it didn't. Orders.
Thank you, Adrian.
Reload. What's going on? Probably I'm gonna restart the server again.
Is
Not
the
to waste
import correct for orders?
for the orders JSON.
Yeah.
I think so.
I don't see where it is.
Yes, it should be correct. Let's try to reload. Try again. Go to Expo Home. Try again. Come on, do something.
And keep your fingers crossed.
Let's see. Yes, order list item. I see 3 of them there. So I can add a style here for the styles dot page. or let's do it in line, not to declare the styles again. So what I want to do here is flex 1 to display it on the whole page with 100%, and also to add some padding top like 50 to make up for the notch. Okay, now because we have three orders in our dummy data, we are rendering three lines with order list item. Okay, let's go in our order list item index, and instead of rendering just a simple text, let's go ahead and render the information about order based on the order that we receive through pros. So what will we have? As I said, we will have two columns. The first column is the image with the source URI order dot restaurant dot image, because if you look in the dummy data, we have an object inside the order that represents information about the restaurant. And for the style, I am going to do something like this with 100 height 100. So the image most probably is not imported. So let's import image from React Native. Okay, we see it. Now let's do. Okay, before working with spacing and everything else, let's add the second column, and the second column will contain more text. That's why we need to put them inside a view to render them all in the same column. The first text is going to be restaurant name. So let's do order dot restaurant dot name. Okay, the second text is gonna be what? The second text. Let me see. What do we have there in the presentation? Can you see? Because it's really hard for me to see. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, the number of items, right? And
So yeah, and the price, total price.
so it's gonna be something like this: 3 items, then the dot, and then like the total price,
Yep.
38.44, something like this. And the last text. Oh, but I need to show, right?
I am showing it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And the last text is going to be like, I don't know, 2 days ago, and something else.
And then after, yeah, and
After
then if it's a new order or if
oh, the
it's,
status.
yeah, the status.
So after this dot that we render here, let's display the order dot should have status new. All of them are new right now. Okay, let's handle a bit of a styling. So for the view that has everything, we need to display the children in the same row. So let's do justify content row. Now the children are in the same row. Come on.
Flex direction.
Flex direction. Okay, thank you, Lucas. Flex. This is the time when I already start confusing them. All right, flex direction here. Another thing is margin, at least 10. Okay. The images are too large, 75 over 75.
Maybe a bit.
The image will have margin right 10 to have space from the title, the name of a restaurant. Let's style it like font weight 600 and font size 16. Okay. And for the text in the middle, I'm gonna add some margin vertical 5.
I think after the items in the design, you have that dot as well.
Yes, I wanted to add it, but I forgot. So items, then this dot, and then other things. I think 10 margin right from the image is too much. No, maybe 5. And I want to align center, not um, align items
Items, yeah.
center to make sure that they are centered horizontally here. Yes. But do
Nice.
I want to? Maybe. Yeah.
Yes, 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 yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't mess with Lucas. Okay, so I think it's good.
System?
I think I'm
Oh,
not gonna spend more time here. This is our list of order list items. And the next screen is the order details. As I said, this order details page is a kind of a mix between the restaurant page and the flat list that we have in the basket page, right? So let's go ahead and implement it as well. So we create a new screen.
you will put the title, your orders in the navigation header, right?
In the navigation title, yeah, and we get to the navigation like after this
Soon.
screen.
Yeah.
So we need a folder for order details. Order details. Let's do index.js. And here, let's do React Native functional export for the order details. Now that we have a dummy component here, let's go in the app.js, import it as we do for the others. How is it called? The order details. Order details. And render the order details here instead of order screen. Come on.
Voila.
Okay. we are done with this screen. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Almost. So for the order details, let's import the order itself, the data first of all. Orders from assets, then data, then orders, and our order that we want to display on the screen is going to be the first one from the array. Tomorrow we will implement fetching the data and properly fetching like the right order that we clicked on. Now, as I said, like the top part is very similar to the restaurant details page. So for that reason, I'm gonna go into the restaurant details screen, and we have header here. You know what? I'm gonna extract this header. No,
To a component.
it would be an idea, but I think there might be some differences like this menu and so on. So from the restaurant detail screen header, I'm gonna copy my view because it contains information about the restaurant image, the title, the subtitle, and so on. The things that we need exactly on the orders details page. So let's put them not even in outside, but inside this view. So we copy everything from the return statement from restaurant details header, and in the index.js we put it inside the view like this. Now we need to bring some styles. So for the styles from the restaurant details screen, I'm gonna grab all the styles. Actually, I'm gonna grab a file. I'm gonna copy the file styles, and in the order details, I'm gonna paste the styles. And back in the order details index, let's import the styles. Import styles from these styles. Now we need information about the restaurant. So well, instead of rendering restaurant image, we need to display order dot restaurant dot image, and we need to import the image from React Native. What else? And find a restaurant. Here as well, for the restaurant name, we're gonna do order dot restaurant with capital R. And we need somewhere else. Basically, I'm gonna copy this order with capital A for, but delivery view we don't need it here, right?
Nope. Menu as well.
Menu as well, we don't need it. Okay, we have it like this. If I look at the presentation, we have name and that line for as for the subtitle. Okay, the subtitle line will contain the order status, and after the order status it will contain the time when it was posted, but for that I need that dot again. So let's put that dot, and after the order status, let's say 2 days ago for now. Instead of menu, it's gonna be your orders, right? Order your orders, and we are done with a header. After your orders, we simply render a flat list of items, very similar to the flat list of items that we rendered in the basket screen. So in the basket here, we have a flat list with basket dish item. Yeah, let's do it like this. So in the order details index, should I make this the header? Yeah, let's make sure that our flat list will scroll properly. And remember that previous issue when we had a flat list after some content, only that part was scrollable. So for that reason, I'm gonna call this order details header. And I'm gonna add another component, order details, that will return a flat list with data. I need some data about dishes, but our orders do not have dishes, right?
I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, so I'm gonna import restaurants to take the dishes from the restaurants. Just to see something on the screen, even though it doesn't make sense where we're taking them from. We're gonna implement that properly tomorrow. Restaurant at position 0.dishes. There is some dishes there. For the render item, I'm going to render a dish basket dish basket dish list item, right? Dish list item that for me was automatically imported.
Nope.
Oh, import dish list item from components. And we also have to give here the dish item. That list is not imported, so let's no. Oh yeah, it's imported from a wrong library. We need to import it from the React Native flat list. Okay, we see something, but we also need to give to this flat list as the list header component. We will give order details header. And by having that, now we have,
Voila.
oh, but it's not this one. Look, this is dish list items. Wait, that one was
Ordered list item
order
probably.
list.
No?
Yes, order list item. And let's import it properly from here.
What
Order
does it
dot.
say?
Oh, order list item. What does it expect? Order list item. It expects.
Oh, from the to get it from order dot restaurant with a capital R, but we give it a different
No,
data.
wait. This is one order. No, I am looking for something else. In the basket. Oh, I didn't take it out. So here is the basket dish item.
Okay.
So it's bad that we didn't take out because now we cannot reuse it, but let's do it right now. So in the components, let's create not a file, but a folder. Basket dish item. Basket item. Let's do the index.js. And from the basket index, let's copy this basket dish item with all the imports. Let's copy from here and move to the basket dish item index. We will need some styles. We will need to export default basket dish item, and we will need some styles from the basket itself. Who? I'm gonna take all the styles and I'm gonna remove everything except what I need. So back in basket dish item, let's add the styles, and we need styles only for row, quantity container, name, and price. Page we don't need, name we need, description we don't need, separator we don't need, row we do need, quantity no, only quantity container, button we don't need, button text no, quantity container yes we need. So only these three: name, row, and quantity container, but not even name. It doesn't matter, I can remove a name. Well, and from here I don't need these restaurants. So as you can see, the basket dish item contains information about a dish inside the basket that has also some quantity. It has some styles. And now inside our basket, we can go ahead and remove a basket dish item from here, not to have to duplicate it, because we can simply import basket dish item from the components, and it will still work as expected. And I'm gonna actually um, try and test afterwards. But now order rest. Now what I have to do is to go back at the screen that I was working. The screen I was working was the order details, right?
Yeah.
And instead of rendering in the order details a order list item, we need a basket dish item.
A lot of
I
lists.
don't what?
A lot of lists everywhere.
Yes, a lot of lists, a lot of lists. Basket dish. Yes, the proper name was basket dish. And now, like when you check an order inside your basket, you will see first of all the restaurant details from where you took it. You'll see some properties about the order, like the status, when was it created, and all the items that you ordered inside that order. So with that being said, like let me double check if the previous screen I didn't break it. So
Break it.
what was the previous screen? Was the
Uh,
the basket.
Dish? No. Yeah, the basket. Yes.
Basket. Let's see. Yes, it still works. Everything then is fine. Oh,
Good job.
all right. So we are not done yet. We are not done yet. We still have some things
But
to do.
close.
So, do we have any interesting questions?
Yeah, one. Why always using index.js file names? Just want to know the benefit of it. And auto import doesn't count because it's used for plugins only.
And what doesn't count?
Auto import, but I mean, like, it's not for that. People use it. Why? Just explain why you use always index.js in file names when, for example, you knew.
It's for importing. Yes, it's in order to easier import without having to specify the name of a file. If the name of a file is index.js and you're importing the folder, it automatically knows to import the file. Like there are better practices than this because at the moment, like if you open the basket dish item here and also open this one, let me actually open them, like they are all indexed and you should look at the url to understand what you're working with. So in the course that I'm working on, like I teach another method of structuring your components and screens, but that takes just a bit of time, but it solves this issue.
Yeah. It depends. Like, yeah, this I think I know what you're talking about when you create like a separate file with the right name and then the index, and then in the index just export it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it depends, like what you prefer. Okay, we can continue now.
Yes, in a moment. Give me just 2 minutes.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, because you had open forward index files and like it gets messy. Yeah, it does get messy if you have like a lot of open, and also like that little text. Sometimes you don't even see it. So yeah, you'll there are some approaches to solve this. I personally don't use it. Vadim does like to use it, so it's like personal preference. Okay. And yeah, so there are still a few viewers, even though I saw that, well, not few, actually, a few, it's like too little. But I mean, I saw that in some places it's pretty late already from where people joining. So it's really nice. Instead of watching Netflix during the night, you can just sit and learn some coding. Yeah, guys, how are you doing? Is the pace okay? Is it too fast? And are you still keeping up, or are you waiting for it to end and then will you work on it
We still have a
yourself
lot of
later?
things to do, so stay here, guys. We still have to implement a couple of the navigation and then probably one more screen today.
So not a lot. The
Yeah,
finish line, you can already see the finish line.
yeah. It's
So be strong and stick to till the end. I think there will be some very valuable information there that, yeah, especially if you're a beginner, for sure. Saeed, awesome. Yes. I, it's very nice that you're enjoying it. Still keeping up. Good job, guys, as always. Nice, good job. So there are people who sat here from the start and they're still coding like together. It's insane. Like the dedication during like in the evening. Wow. Nice, guys. Good job. That means you. I saw somewhere someone said like maybe a little bit earlier in the chat. So like he got rejected from like 5 jobs, and uh, should he still try to learn coding or something like that? And I saw one answer was right. That's why I didn't comment it. That he said something like 5 times, only 5 times. It's nothing. Keep coding. And I think that's the like right mindset. You should. Go, you should be able, like, you should stay coding, learn, and I think one day you'll be accepted for sure.
Definitely. So yes, let's continue. And yeah, in the next part, we're gonna cover the React navigation. And for the React navigation, we're gonna implement the possibility to navigate from one screen to another every time you press on some items. And also, we'll implement two types of navigation: a stack navigator that helps you move back and forth from one screen to another, and a bottom tab navigator that will display at the bottom of the screen, and we will be able to switch from different tabs like restaurants, orders, profile page, and others. But before moving into that part, I want to talk about something. I have something very exciting for you to share with you today, and I want to discuss it with you guys, with everyone that is still here after 4 hours of coding and of learning. I'm talking to you because after 4 hours of dedication, you showed that you are actually dedicated to learn and become a full stack developer. And to keep the attention of a person for 4 hours in a world where everyone has the attention span of a 10 seconds TikTok video is very hard. And I can do this only by providing real value and by gathering people that want to grow, want to learn, and want to build end-to-end applications. So yes, before I get into the things that I want to share, I want to give you a little pre-story of how everything that I'm gonna say started. So I ended up in 2000, in the summer of 2000, previous year, 2021. I already forgot what year was that. I was at a quite important crossroad in my career. Like, I had on the table a couple of great options, and I had to choose one to move forward and to dedicate my whole time to that. One option was to continue working at the startup that I was already working. The second one was to take the Amazon offer that I received for a software developer engineer. And the third one was actually the passion, like the thing that I wanted, like my dream of helping developers and teaching them in order for them to achieve and to get to the next level. So as you can guess, like, when comparing these things, like, it's quite hard to take a decision, especially for me, because like the startup road, if I take, like, it could change my life completely in a 4 to 5 years, like if I'm gonna keep grinding on it and if we get success. The downside is that, like, it's quite risky. Regarding the Amazon offer, like, the good parts about that is that I would work with amazing team, and the compensation package was quite good for a new employee. So it was very hard for me to give up on that. And the most interesting part is that everything happened during like a nap. I had to take a decision that day, and it was very tough for me because everyone in my surroundings were saying, like, yeah, you should take the Amazon job because, like, it's prestige, money, and so on. But I knew that deep down I wanted to do something else. I wanted to follow my dream of teaching you. So yeah, like the last day I took a nap, I woke up. I was about, like before that, I was about to accept Amazon offer. But after waking up, I said like, Alex, I'm not gonna do it. Like I'm rejecting the offer, and I'm going all in on the things that I believe in, the things that bring me joy. And that's when I started doing YouTube full time. In the next month, like I slowly transition away from all the responsibilities that I have, and yeah, like in August 2021, I announced that I'm starting working on a premium course for full stack mobile development. At that time, like I had an idea of what actually is required for developers to acquire the knowledge of a full stack developer. And I saw that the gap that a lot of courses are very narrow and are very vertical. For example, if you take a course on React Native, you're going to learn only React Native. If you take something on JavaScript, only JavaScript. But the skills individually will not help you get to the next level. So my goal with the course that I um, was planning to build was to create something that will help you build mobile applications from end to end. Basically, you take a design, you implement it with React Native, then you implement the backend, which is the complicated stuff that we're going to cover tomorrow. And after that backend, you get into testing everything, deploying it to Play Store, App Store, and also automating all the deployments. Basically everything, in order for you to be able to single-handedly take any mobile project and bring it from start to the end. So long story short, like I announced that I want to work on this course. I didn't have anything back then, and more than 200 people joined the course, which is insane to me. Like 300 people decided to trust me and join the course that at that stage was just an idea. And thank you very much for everyone who supported me and who joined during the batch zero, because it was crucial for me to get started and to validate that what I chose, like to follow this dream, is something that is actually going to help someone. Because at the end of the day, like if it doesn't help anyone, like why would I do it? So then the next 8 months were quite hard. I put like all my hours that I was awake into actually building this course, and I was releasing it constantly, like iteratively. Every new module that I had, I was providing it to the members that already joined the batch zero, and they gave me very great feedback and suggestions on how to improve this course and to make it really great by the end. So yes, like the good thing is where I'm getting to is that now I know that a lot of people have been waiting and asked me for a long time, like when they can join. And yes, like I want to announce that we are getting very close to the launch date. The course is launching next Monday. We are ready to onboard the batch one, a new batch for the course. And we have a lot of content there ready to help you get to the next level as a full stack mobile developer when it comes to React Native, Amplify, and other tools that will help you build end-to-end full stack applications. So, as I said, the course is launching next Monday on 25th of April. And you have the times here, at what time it is actually launching. So make sure to note it down if you're interested. And also, if you don't want to miss, make sure to join the waitlist at academy.notjust.dev. Write your email there, and I'm going to notify you with a very good discount when the course actually launches next week. So I could, as you can see, I could talk about this for a very long time. especially if I get into the contents and the things that we cover there, the things that are very different from the YouTube videos. Like I can talk like for literally days about the course, but we are running out of time today. We still have a couple of things to do, and I'm gonna come with more details during tomorrow's live stream, and we're gonna discuss about the contents and what you're gonna learn there exactly. But until then, let's get back to our build because we have still some steps to do, like React navigation and the other screens that we have there. So, can anyone drop or I can do it myself, the URL for people if you are interested? So here it is. Can I pin it? No. Okay, so getting back to React navigation. Okay, that's interesting. Um, let me drink some water. So let's start installing the React navigation. And here in the presentation, we already have some information. I'm gonna go ahead and open I cannot copy from here because I don't have a presentation opened. But I'm gonna open you know what? The documentation, because that's
I can
will
paste you if you want.
the npm commands.
Yeah.
I think it's okay. Like I'm gonna show them as well, like where to find them. Like if you downloaded the asset bundle, there is the presentation there, and you just simply can copy paste the install commands from there. In my case, I'm gonna go to copy them from here. So let's go ahead in the getting started, and if I scroll down a bit, we start with, first of all, installing the React Navigation native library. And to install it, let's open our project and execute this command in a new terminal. You can press on this plus sign to open a new terminal without closing the development tools. So let's paste the npm install React Navigation native. And let's go back to the guide because we still have to install some peer dependencies like React Native screens and React Native safe area context. And we will do that with expo install, basically copying this command. Let
And
me
while you're doing
check
that,
the documentation, our documentation. So first native, then this one. Yes. Okay.
I'm going to take some more water.
Okay. So, okay. So the next step here, let me actually put it in this view. So the next step here is going to be expo install React Native screens and React Native safe area context. And we don't need this one because yes, the next step is going to be this one. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Where is this one? Probably the development server closed. All right, so let's open back our project. And the last thing that we have to do when it comes to setting up our navigation is to wrap our whole application with that navigation container. So let's go ahead in app.js and let's import something from the React navigation / native. And we want to import the navigator container, navigation container, and we will wrap our whole application inside this navigation container. So let's do it like this. Navigation. Oh, come on. Navigation container, and we will close it after the last view here. So if we don't see any error so far, that means that everything was installed and created successfully. Our next step, Lucas is here.
Yep.
Our next step is to start defining our navigators. So navigators are ways that help us structure our screens in a logical way and also in a UI way. Okay, they give us a very specific user interface, the different navigators that we will use. We will start with stack navigators, and if I'm gonna search here stack navigator, I just want to show you the GIF of the stack navigator because Expo go quit and Expo. Okay, no worries. Native stack navigator, and here it should have GIF. Why it doesn't have a GIF? Where is the GIF that I'm looking for? Stack navigator. The GIF is here probably. Come on. Yes, the GIF is here. So what the stack navigator gives us is the ability to move from one screen to another, and it does it in a stack. It does it by putting it on top of putting the previous screen on top of a new screen. The new screen on top of a previous screen. Come on, Vadim, think. Oh, whew. Let me drink some water. Okay, the stack navigator, whenever you navigate from one screen to a new screen, it simply puts the new screen on top of a old screen. And this gives you the possibility to simply go back by popping the last screen that was added to the stack. And we do that by having like this automatically back button that is displayed in the header title. So by implementing it, it will make more sense because like after 4 hours, like it's a bit harder for me to explain properly, but you're gonna get it. So what we have to do is to install the React Navigation native stack, and this package contains specifically the code for the native stack navigator. Okay, let's do it like this. Where are you from? I am originally from Moldova. At the moment, I'm living in Spain on an island. And you, Lucas, where are you from?
I'm from Lithuania and currently living in Lithuania.
Why not in Tenerife?
Because I have some people who can't go and still studying.
All right, so after installing the native stack navigator, let's go ahead in the source and create a folder for our navigation. It's great to structure and to put all your navigators inside this navigation folder to keep them close together. I'm going to define the index.js. And here, let's import a function that is going to help us create the native stack navigator. So let's import from React Native Stack a function called create native stack navigator. Now we need to using this function that we imported, we need to create the stack navigator. So const stack equal create stack navigator. As simple as that. Now this stack contains two important things. It contains a stack dot navigator and a stack dot screen. And with these two components, we can structure our screens. For that, we need a component. The component is going to be root navigator. Let's do it like this. It will return, what will it return? It will return this stack dot navigator. And by doing this, now inside this component stack dot navigator, we can define stack dot screen. The stack.screen needs two parameters. One of them is name, and the name. Let's start with what? With home, and the component is going to be our home screen. Basically, let me go in the app.js and get all the screens that we need here. Let's copy them from app.js in the index.js. So the component here is going to be home. Okay,
Home screen.
now the last step that we have to do is to export default root navigator.
Make it home screen, it will crash the component.
Home screen. Yes, thank you. Home screen, okay. And let's now get this root navigator in the app.js. And instead of manually switching through the screens, we're going to simply render here the root navigator that we can import. And I will also delete the home screens because we don't need them in the app.js anymore. So import root navigator from source navigation. Save. Index. Okay, the relative path is different. So it should be double dots and without source. Double dots to get out of this folder into the source and then to the screens.
Also, Dipupo is asking, why do you keep ignoring the list key warnings? Because tomorrow, when Vadim is going to implement the backend, we will not have them anymore because that data will
Because
have
we
ID.
don't have IDs.
Yeah.
But we can talk about that in a moment. So now let's see. Reload. Still something. Screens. So we are here. We go one up, then screens. That's okay. Did I miss anything? Let's try to run it again.
Why do people always use Expo in these demonstrations over React Native CLI?
Because it's much easier to use.
Yeah.
And it provides a lot of value.
And not that much different as well. The code and everything is not different at all. Only later on, if you would want to some very edge cases, then you can go to use React Native CLI. But also Vadim has some videos on the channel with React Native CLI, so you can always watch them as well. I think Uber was
We have a lot of React Native CLI.
Airbnb,
Yeah.
the similar ones. Yeah, and Gazan says easier development. and a lot more. A lot more fun. Okay.
So, come on. Are you running? Yes, it's running, but I think the problem, you know what might be the problem? In the app.js, this view that we actually don't need it. So let me remove it. Yes. And we don't need this container in the app.js and not even styles. So at the moment we have a home screen, and as you can see, like the navigation library knows to take into the consideration the notches, and it displays properly. That's why I was ignoring this issue until this moment. And we have a home screen. That's amazing. What we should do now is to add a new screen here. That is going to be restaurant, just restaurant. And the component is going to be, let me uncomment these screens, restaurants detail screen, like this. It still shows the home screen because this is the first stack screen that it sees, but you can adjust this by providing the initial route name to the stack navigator as restaurants like this. And this, if you refresh your application by pressing RR, we are getting here to the restaurants. I think from based on the design that we did is on this specific page of a restaurant, we don't want to render the header because we have this over the top like back button, back icon that will help us. What did I do? I just closed
Maybe
the phone.
closed, yeah.
I locked the phone. How did I manage to do that? So one way to get rid and to hide the header, yes, the
Yeah,
header,
header.
is by providing some options to the screen that we want to adjust. The option that we want to send here is called header shown false. And by doing that, we are back here. Okay, this is how we define screens, and like later on, we're gonna see more and more like how we evolve these navigators, because in a moment we're gonna integrate other types of navigators. But before we go there, like I want to show you a couple of more features based on these two screens. For example, the next step for us is, yes, we have set up the screens, and the next step for us is to actually navigate from one screen to another, right? Because I want to start from the home screen, and whenever I press on one of these restaurants, I want to be redirected to the next page. So how do we do that? Well, whenever we press on one of these items, we need to do something. That means that this logic should be inside the components restaurant item, because this is one restaurant item. All right. In order to be able to detect press events, we will use a pressable component. And the pressable, we will simply replace the top view with a pressable because it still has the same styles as a view, but it also has a on press event, on press. So let's implement the on press function here. And whenever I attach a pressable event handler, I like to start with a console warn just to see if it's working. So if I press
Can
now,
you show again the import, like how you import? Because you left, I thought you were showing on a presentation, so I left it. But now I noticed that you started doing it, the coding part.
from which part?
From the importing of the React navigation hook. Did you import it? No?
The use navigation?
Yeah, also you didn't do much yet. So,
No,
okay,
no, 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 no.
continue.
Yes, I just imported inside the component restaurant item index. I simply imported the pressable, and let me go back a bit. This is how it was. So I imported the pressable from React Native because that will give us the possibility to attach on-press events. And I simply replace the top, the root view with this pressable. Because it has the same style, we don't see any changes. But now we can attach an on-press event. And let's call an on-press function that we can define here, const on-press. And as I said, I like to start with a console warn, just to make sure that the event is actually fired. So now if I press on this, I see pressed at the bottom of the screen, pressed here. Now what should happen? We should navigate to in the navigation to this restaurant screen. In order to navigate, we need to have access to the navigation object. To have access to the navigation object, we will use a hook called use navigation that we can import from React Navigation Native. At the top of our component, we can get access to this navigation object that we need using this hook use navigation. Now, whenever we want to navigate, we using this navigation object, we can call a function on it called navigate. And here we need to specify a screen where we want to navigate. The screen name you can find here in the name. So restaurant as it is here. Save. Now, if I press on this one, I go to the restaurants. If I press on the back, it doesn't do anything yet. But if I'm gonna swipe from the left side, I think it should work. Yes, if you swipe from the left, it also works. But one way is to navigate simply to the restaurant page. But how will we know to which restaurant did we navigate? Did we navigate to the first one or the second one? We need this information because in the next video, we are gonna dynamically query the information, the details about the restaurant that was pressed. So we need a way to send this data. To send the data is pretty easy. Whenever you navigate, you can add a second parameter, which is going to be the parameters, the data that you want to send to the next screen. And what data do we want to send? We could send the whole restaurant information. That's one way, but it's not a best practice to send full objects. It's better to send simply identifiers, and using that identifiers, you can query the backend, you can get the information from a global state management on or other ways. So for that reason, I'm going to simply send the restaurant.id there, and based on this ID on the restaurant details page, we can query everything that we need there. This is how we send it, but let's have a look at how we can receive this information in the page. What page? In the restaurant details screen. Because in the index here, this is where we land, in this flat list of dishes. We land in the flat list of dishes. Okay, so as you remember, here we imported the navigation with the use navigation hook. To get the data that we receive, we're going to take it from the route. This is quite similar of how it works in web, use route, that the information that you send from a page to a page, like the get information is inside the route itself, the URL. So we're going to use a hook called use route. And with this hook, we're going to get access to the route. Const route equal use route. This route information contains a lot of details about the state, the name of the route, like where are you coming from, and so on. But what we are interested is in the ID of a restaurant that is inside the params.id. Let's
Route is incorrect.
route route. Let's go ahead and console warn ID just to see it. So if I press on the first one, undefined is not an object, raw params ID. I need a question mark here because params,
And
it's not
params,
param,
yeah.
it's params. Sorry for that. And now we can try. If I press here, I have a virtualized logs, but the ID is 1. If I press on, if I go back and press on the second one, I closed the warnings. If I press on the second one and I check, the ID is 2. So that means that we are properly sending the ID of the restaurant that was pressed to the details page. And with it, we will be able to query the details that we need. While we're still on this page, should we fix the problem with, like, to fix the problem with this list is in the restaurant dishes, in the dummy data, in the restaurants, in the dishes, you should simply add an ID like 1. Because having an ID, Flatlist knows to automatically, and it should be a string, right? Flatlist knows to automatically take the key from the ID of the item that it tries to. Oh my god, there are too many.
I think, yeah, key better show key extractor. Like,
Okay,
yeah, you explained that it should have ID, but if it doesn't,
in a lot of cases, the data that you're going to work with, they will have a unique ID called ID or key. If you have inside your data this property, ID or key, the flat list automatically knows to take this ID and to uniquely identify an item inside the array list for optimization purposes. In our case, our dishes do not have an ID, and we have a possibility to give it a key extractor function that will specify how should I calculate a key based on the item data. So here we're gonna get the item and we can return, I don't know, item dot name, because we can consider the name as unique for now. Hopefully they are unique. I think so. So by doing that, now if I reload the application, at least if I'm gonna go to the first one, I don't see that warning. I just see the console warn ID. Okay, so with that being said, we can go to the next step, and the next step is going to be bottom tab navigator.
but before that, what quick questions related
Oh,
to
go back.
the, for example.
Yeah.
So what Imis is asking, like in crypto price tracker, I said that passing like the whole object through like navigation is a bad practice, but I think I explained why, but he's maybe no. So why is it bad practice?
Well, sending. So he's asking, for example, whenever we navigate here,
Yeah.
one way would be to send here not the ID of a restaurant, but the restaurant itself. There are a couple of issues of sending the whole object of restaurant. One is there is a lot of data that you're passing by from one screen to another, but that is not a big issue. Like it's still okay. Another one is okay. Let me get to the most important one. The most important issue is that if you send the whole restaurant from here and you are coming from this page, on the home screen, the data that you know about the restaurant is minimal, is actually like image, name, and let's say that's it, image and name. But on the details page, you need more information. You need the dishes, you need the minutes, you need the title, you need the anything else. So if you assume that the details page will need only the information that you know from the previous page, come on, go back. Then you can do that, but that's risky because you will navigate to one page from a lot of places in your application, and not in every place in your application you will have all the data that the next page needs, that the page that you're navigating to needs. So for example, a very good example is whenever you press on a notification, let's say in Instagram, whenever you press on a notification, it redirects you to the post page. Does it mean that the notification should know about everything about the post, the comments, the number of likes, the number of shares? No, it just needs to know a post ID, and it can simply redirect to the post with that ID. And then the page of a post is responsible for getting exactly the data that it needs and to get it from where it needs. I don't know, from an API, from a database, and so on. So I think this is the most important part. There are some issues with like serialization and making sure that, I don't know, yeah, like there are a lot of use cases, like even with deep links. If you create a deep link to your application that you want to open right away the application with this screen, you will not be able to encapsulate all the information in that deep link. So it's easier to put in the deep link only the ID, and then the page will know how to get it. Okay, that was enough on this topic. I hope it makes sense. What I want to do now, because I'm pretty annoyed that I cannot go back properly here, is to show you how to actually go back. So this screen is the restaurant details index, and we have these icons. Well, to go back, we need as well the navigation object. So we're gonna do use navigation, and let's grab the navigation object at the top here, use navigation. Now, for the on press event of the icon, let's do on press. What do we need to happen? We need to simply navigation dot go back, go back. And if I go back, as you can see, it goes right away back to the previous screen. And every page displays the ID of that restaurant. Amazing. So as I said, let's move on to the next step. And in the next step, we're going to implement the bottom tab navigator. And also we're going to finish to structure all the screen where they need to be. So let's go ahead in here. And let's grab the material bottom tab navigator. I'm gonna grab the installation command from here, npm install material bottom tabs and so on. I also included it in the presentation. So let's do it like this in our project. Close most of the things to keep it simple. Are we done? Yes, we are. So let's go back in our source navigation index, and let's start implementing and declaring our bottom tab navigator. So the steps that you have to take to create, define a navigator, they're pretty similar. The only difference is the names. So in this case, I want to import something from the React navigation material bottom tabs, compare it with the previous line. It's the same React navigation / a different type of navigator. And the function is the same, create material bottom tab navigator. Now, after we define this root navigator, let's find our tab using the create material tab, bottom tab navigator. Now let's define the function, the component for the navigator, and it's going to be our home tabs. And it will return, as you can see from the top, as an example, it will return not a stack navigator, but a tab.navigator, basically this tab that we created using create material bottom tab navigator. And inside it, it's the same tab.screens, tab.screen.
You'll need to wrap it in a bracelet.
Yep.
Or
For the name, let me think how to take it step by step. For the name, as we can see here, we need home, orders, and profile. We need 3 stack screens there. Home component is going to be our home screen. We need another tab for the orders, order details, and another one for
it's not here yet.
It's orders, simply orders screen. And another one for the profile that we don't have yet, but we're going to add it in a moment. So profile. And you know what? Let's export these home tabs, because in a moment, like, we're gonna take it to the next level. But now I just simply want to focus on these home tabs because we define it and we are exporting it. That's everything that matters at the moment. So as we can see, the home tabs are rendering at the bottom of the screen 3 tabs that we can move from one to another. Awesome. The next step is to attach some icons. So to attach some icons, we can give some options to the tab screen. And here, what option we need? We need the tab bar icon. The tab bar icon, come on, move to a new line. The tab bar icon, we're gonna get it from somewhere. Let me... Lucas, do you have icons? You can find them
No, but I can try to find them.
in the Notion. I'm afraid to open Notion just not to blow my computer up. But I can go ahead in the Expo vector icons.
So you don't need to check it.
You might check like the other icons that I found there. It's in the Notion. So here for the home, I like this one, the foundation. So let's import foundation here on the top. And let's render this foundation icon or that tab bar icon. The cool thing about the tab bar icon is that we can receive a color here, and based on this color, we can send dynamically to the icon because it has one color when it is active and another one when it is inactive. So as you can see, we have one icon here for the home screen. Another one for the orders. Did you find it?
Nope, I didn't find them on Notion. Don't know where they are.
The page that we were working at yesterday, and in
So I
the
think
code
you
intake
didn't
one.
add them.
I probably didn't. So, okay, let's find something for the orders. Who can help me find this one? I'll find for the profile.
Okay, I'll check for the orders.
User. Oh my God. Let's find something good. I will take this one. For the... Oh, you can see it. For the user, I'm going to take this one, user alt from font awesome 5. So let's just copy the render component and add it for the not orders, but for the profile here. Font awesome 5, and we need to import font awesome 5 together with the foundation here. And the same thing for the color. Let's send it dynamically here. Color. Did you find something, Lucas?
Not the one that you wanted to. That you had.
Like something, anything, but it's okay. So now we can adjust some of the things for the tab navigator. For example, the background color. Using, I'm blanking to be honest.
Okay, I've
It's
pasted you. Use that one.
the icon.
Yeah, it's not the same one, but it looks good.
Material list icon. So Lucas found for the orders the materials icons, and for the color we're gonna set it dynamically, color and materials. Yeah, perfect. That's great. So we have orders, profile, and user. Now what I want to do is to change the background color, because in our case they are completely white. So I can't remember the property for the background color, but I think it's let me check. So if we send here some options to the tab navigator and screen options, tab bar style, that's how it should be, or is it inside the screen options?
Okay, screen
Tab bar style, background.
tab bar options. Yeah, I think. Yeah, no, it's tab bar options.
Tab bar options?
Yeah.
Inside the screen options.
Let me check. Where are you?
Where are you? I'll be here in
I
a
don't see your
moment.
code. But wait, oh, so it's for version 5. Maybe they updated in version 6.
Yeah. I'm gonna find it.
Yes, then it's screen options. Yes, and then tab
Bar
bar
style.
style
Yes,
inside. Yes.
I remember it correctly. Background color white.
Yeah.
Type background color.
You
Bar
need color. Can you spell like that color? I don't think you need to add color. Yes, I think.
What? No, I always spelled it like this. Wait a
Really? So
second. Wait
that
a
means
second.
both ways works as well, because it's
Yeah,
you.
maybe. Let me
And it's not
quickly have a
right.
look. Oh my god, my PC will blow up. I am talking about what? This one.
Oh, maybe go to bar style, and then
Tab bar style. What?
wait, I'm checking as well.
Okay, let's check the documentation. So here, style, shift, wherever the shifting is used, bar style. Okay, simply bar style. Yes, I remember. It was bar style is our property, and the value is this style object. So make sure it's like this: tab bar style. Tab bar style or tab style?
No, okay, no. Now I
Bar
know for
style.
sure. Okay, go to screen options
Bar
like you
style.
had before.
What?
No, Oh, bar style works as well. That's nice.
Yeah, okay, finally. And it automatically also renders the icons with black, like this. And here we can go from one to another. I think this is everything that I wanted to show regarding this thing. Yes. Uh, the next step is going to be a bit hard to explain because I'm a bit tired, like with nesting screens inside screens. So,
It's like a pack of cards, like what you can have, and you can stack those packs on one another. And the card is
okay,
a route.
the first step is going to be, instead of exporting the home tabs, I'm going to export the root navigator. Root navigator is the one responsible for the root screens. Well, we have here a home screen that renders a home screen. But as you remember, we put our home screen as a tab inside our home tabs. So the way we will do it, we will take these home tabs and we will render it instead of a home screen. And this is how we nest a tab navigator inside a stack navigator that is the root. And at this moment, we see the home from the stack screen here, and we see the home tabs at the bottom of the screen. Now, if I'm going to go to, like, for example, the restaurant screens, at this moment, we don't see the bottom tabs because the restaurant screen is not inside the tab navigator. It is inside a simple stack navigator. That's why here we don't see it. At this moment, okay, I'm going to leave it like this. But what other screens do we have? And we will see if we will get into some more nesting necessary. The next step that we need is the dish details screen. So we could put it also. The dish details screen. Let me just see how does it look. And if dish details screen,
And also, like, it's good. It would be a good practice not to have like same names as home and home in tab navigator.
yeah.
And
So as we said, like besides this, we need them. Okay. I'm gonna explain you how we will. We saw how we nested. Where is it? Not home screen, but home tabs. Here, home tabs. Let's call it like this. So we saw how we nested the home tabs, which is a tab navigator, inside the stack navigator. Now what I want to do is, whenever I go to a restaurant, I still want to see the tab navigator at the bottom with the home screen enabled, to be able to go from, for example, from here, to be able to directly go to the profile page. At the moment, I should go back and then to the profile. What I want is to always see it here at the bottom. A way to do this is, we need to have our screens inside or as a child of our tab navigator. So what we have to do is to create another stack navigator for basically for all the pages that should be part of our home tab here. Let's see. Const home stack equal create stack native stack navigator. Const home stack component or navigator. is equal to return home stack dot screen. And here we are gonna have actually restaurants and the component. Okay, this is gonna be the name. And for the component is going to be probably home screen, because here we will display first the restaurants themselves. After that, let's render the restaurant details. Restaurant details. Or how did we call it here? Oh, just restaurant. So the home screen is restaurants, and this one is restaurant. Forgot to put them inside a home stack dot navigator. That's very important. Now we take this home stack navigator and we nest it basically inside our home tab. That means that the home tab now doesn't contain only one screen. It contains actually a whole stack navigator with multiple screens. And right away we see some issues, but we're going to cover them. What I want to explain now is if I press now on the restaurant, I still see the home page and I can go back to the restaurants. And from this page, I can go to the profile. And if I go back to the home screen, I'm still on the restaurant details. The component is just different. So it should be restaurant details screen. So if I press here and then go to profile and back to home, I am still here. Because inside the tab home, we have an actual navigator that keeps track of the state for itself. And in this case, we don't need in the root, we don't need any more of a restaurant because it is part now of the home stack navigator restaurant. And now in order to hide these home tabs, we can add here screen options, header shown false. And this will hide screen options will apply as the options prop to all the screens inside. So now we don't see this home tabs title, but the restaurant's title is coming from the home stack navigator that is inside our tabs. So this title is inside our home here, and it changes based on the page that we are on. With that being said, like we can add, for example, another screen here for dish, and it's gonna be dish details screen. And I can go ahead and implement in the components in the dish list item. Is this one, dish list item? Yes, the one with the image. I will import the pressable from React Native to detect press events to be able to navigate to the dish details. And also I'm going to import use navigation from there. Let's get the navigation, use navigation. And instead of a view, I'm going to have a pressable, and on press is going to go to navigation dot navigate dish with the ID of dish dot ID. Okay, let's see right now. So if I go to, come on, what's bad here? Pressable. Okay, pressable. Pressable. If I reload right now, I can go to the details of a restaurant and I can go press on a dish, and I'm redirected here to the dish page where I can move stuff. And when add to basket, I need to go to the basket, right? So we will have another home stack. Let me just copy it from here. And we have basket, and we have just basket. And where? Inside the screen. Uh, Dish details screen. There is a button there. That is not yet a button, but we will make it soon. So we need a pressable and the must
But
use.
do you need to go from this screen to the basket? Well, I mean, for demonstration purposes, probably you can do that because after I add, for example, this dish, I might want to come back and add more dishes.
Yeah, that's true.
We will need
Mm,
to, but yeah, for demonstration, I think how the flow goes.
from actually, you are right. So import. I'm looking at the time, so we're almost 5 hours in. We need to wrap up quickly. So let's get the navigation. Use navigation. And actually, I like the idea that Lucas said. So whenever I press on the add, I'm actually gonna on press. But no, let's do navigation dot navigate to the basket, right?
Yep.
So now if I'm gonna go here, if I'm gonna open this one, if I'm gonna add, I'm right away to the basket. So this is our home screen. We have almost everything. Last step is the orders page, and the orders for the orders page as well. We will have to create a stack navigator because the orders tab, it can have two things. One of that is the order screen, and another one is the order details. But for the tab order screen, order. Okay, it
That's
should
the
be the
same.
first one. Orders screen. So as I said, for the orders, we need another stack navigator. So I'm gonna just copy it from here. I'm gonna rename from home to orders stack. Let's rename it here, like this. And we need actually only two screens there. We need orders and order. This one is going to be order screen, and this one order details. And this is not going to be a home stack navigator, it's going to be order stack navigator that we can take and put it in the tab screen to be able to render both of these screens there.
Maybe I think you deleted the wrong with a S.
Orders, order. What order screen?
Go to the bottom. Yeah. Okay. Oh,
Oh,
in the
this is for
profile.
the
Yeah.
profile. It's just a dummy here for now. What do you want? Okay, now inside our orders, I see the title, which is good. And whenever I click on this, I need to be redirected. So for the components order list item in the index, we need to import use navigation. We need to import the pressable, and here we need const navigation equal use navigation. And for the whole component, whenever we press on it, I'm gonna do pressable on press equal navigation dot navigate to the order with some data, for example, ID order.id. Now, if I go to orders, if I press on it, I'm redirected to the orders page. And if I go back to another one and so on, and I can move from one page to another.
One
Oh,
more thing.
that was intense. What?
After paying in the basket, maybe you should be redirected to the orders in order to see your new order.
Yeah, probably we'll see, or maybe to the orders details. But that's
Or maybe, yeah.
we're gonna handle that like when we will implement the actual logic. So we are officially over 5 hours. I really wanted to be under 4, but we are over 5. But the good thing is that we are done. We have covered the most important part of our application. Uh, and I have the edit profile screen is not that important. So
I see you want to make it as well.
no. Maybe tomorrow we're gonna implement it, but it's just a couple of fields that we will need for the profile, like name, address, and so on. But we're not gonna cover it today because we're doing this for a long time, and I know that you must be tired. And I really want to give you the time to go over everything and implement yourself on your own pace. So at the moment, let's show something. Let's show a quick demo of everything that we have managed to build. So if I'm gonna do like this, so everything starts with Today, we have managed to build the Uber Eats user-side application with a lot of pages that are important for the user to browse the restaurants, to see the details, to see the dishes, to create his basket, and then to order. So we start with a list of restaurants that are available in the application that we can scroll through. Then we can check one of these restaurants here, and we can check like what items and what dishes do they offer. If you like something, you press on it, and then you set how many of these things do you want, and you add to basket what you want to order. In your basket, you will be able to see details about everything that you have ordered, and you can press on the create order. That in the next episode we will save it in the database, and we will also notify the restaurant to start preparing the order. After this is done, you can check the list of all your orders that you have on the orders page, and you can see the details of that order, including information about the restaurant, the status of a order, the time, and all the items that you have created in that order. We have put everything together with this navigation system that takes you by hand through all the screens and has proper navigation based on the events that are happening in the application. And this was today's live stream. I will wait you tomorrow with a new live stream because this is a 5 days intensive challenge. And tomorrow we are going to implement the backend for the application that you just saw that we have built. So if you're interested in that, I will wait you at the same time as today. And we are going to take as well, like step by step, cover all the process of creating the backend, setting up the project, implementing the authentication, modeling the database, because that's quite a huge task because we have so many data points here, like dishes, restaurants, orders, items, users, and so on. Like it's gonna be challenging and very exciting. So I think that that's everything that I wanted to say. Don't forget to join the waitlist for the course that is coming next Monday on 25th April. So check out academy.notjust.dev for more details about the course. Is there anything you want to share, Lucas, or you're tired?
No,
As
I
I
think you covered everything, and I think yeah, it was a great live stream. And I see that tomorrow they are asking what time tomorrow. So
same
it's
time,
as always.
guys. Yes.
Yeah.
I will post more details where you can check on the page where the live stream should already be scheduled, and
Yeah.
we will be back live. Yeah,
Yep.
tomorrow, 5 hours before your current hour. That's
Yeah.
very specific.
Well, a bit more than 5. 5 hours and
Yeah.
17 minutes.
And our ask, guys, if you enjoyed this video, please subscribe to the channel because that's going to help us a lot. And also share this challenge with your community, with your developer community that you have with your friends online, and help us spread the word about the challenge because we want to help as many developers as possible. And yeah, with that being said, thank you very much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow at the same time.
And thank
Bye.
you for all the kind words because I see there's a lot of very nice words. So thank you
Yes,
again, guys. Bye.
thank you very much, guys. See you tomorrow.